Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, 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 and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Welcome to Reasoning with Rattigan. Big up yourself, Ingrid, Margaret, Natasha D, Janet Chikori. Greetings, greetings. Mr. Rattigan will be here shortly. Gloria Morris, Master Songwriter, I am Miss B. How you doing? Natalia Freeman, blessings, Melanie Bauman. How are you? Big up yourself, Janet Chikori, again. OT, Jermaine Hines, Dorette McFarlane, Jacqueline Tate, Corinne Griffiths, what a good thing we can read that right here. Don Thomas, Jackie Graham, Cynthia B, blessings, blessings, I see you. Anne-Marie S, Kerrion Miller, Janet, Jack One, Jake One, Joseph Richardson, Pamela, Legris Beckford, Gypsy Girl, Make We Talk, Isilda Williams. Somebody next say One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund. Yeah, put some money in there right now. Forever Young, bless up yourself. Voila. Lorian Willett Lawrence, Catherine Daly. I will tell you, Catherine, stop talking my business. Elijah, next one, love. Greetings, greetings, Les. Sylvester Wood, blessings, blessings. Brand Jamaica, Pearly Simpson, I see you, big up yourself. Elvis Johnson, I'm doing all the big up on behalf of Mr. Rattigan. He's going to be with us shortly, so don't go nowhere, you know. We're doing the icebreaker right now. Natalie Mullins, and Annette Watson, big up yourself. Ransford, I see you. Freedom, Yvonne Johnson, Sunshine. Catherine, your name will come up enough, you know, enough talk, enough texting and enough typing that, you know. No, cold now bite me, you know. I'm actually dressed for the weather, so that's not true. It's night now, it's nighttime now though, but you know how it go. The show don't stop. The show must go on. Myrna Miller, JP, Colin Roach. Colin Roach just put I in her because they don't want to say I sat or not. Deborah Cohen, good evening, good evening. David Webster. What's up, I said, okay. Fully blessed, Jaden Dawson, Lennox Reed, L Dog, Patricia Matthews, big up yourself, blessings and welcome to Reasoning with Rattigan. Sosa Bone Media Network LLC. Sunshine, how you doing? BCA Smith, Woman of Worth, Salem Dancers, big up yourself. Back at you. Eugene Brown, Lawrence Howell. Manners back at you. Ron Wanless, Essay Holder. Vivian Swavey, big up yourself. Ratty will be with us shortly. Kaylin, I am well. Thanks for asking. Ron Wanless, Howard Britton. Miss B, I say something in about me. I know what she say. Natasha D. Yes, can you ask that? Let me tell you something. I definitely voting. I am voting. So the minute I knew that election was going to call, I don't prepare myself. Ticket switch up and everything. So it was no longer March. I will be back in time to vote. Big up yourself. No KFC on this side. It just don't work like that. Yvette, Doreen Lee, Deborah Cohen. Deborah say you need to come in the summer. Well, so you go. Now Junko, where I say isn't big up, or you have Junko call me isn't. Carol Allen, blessings. Norman Ferguson and Nordia. Big up yourself too. Brand Jamaica say KFC don't taste good here. So Brand Jamaica is in the London, done. Elaine Tucker, how you doing? Blessings. Elaine Murray, Violet McKenzie. Yeah, so the topic, can I tell you, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. Mr. Rattigan running showing and there's many things going on. There's things like defamation in the social space, misleading the public with misinformation, all kind of things that you might hear about. But you know, one of the most interesting thing is the local government election is constitutionally due this month. It is a beautiful thing to know that the government is respecting the the constitution and ensuring that it was not breached by calling the election. And the true issue or the central issue is everybody ready? That's a that's a very, very interesting thing. But we will see. Ready or not, here we come to dip our fingers in the ink. Everybody. And it also brings up the new question is as if systems should be put in place moving forward, especially since they said they're gonna bring a new constitution in place for voting, absentee voting, so that people from the diaspora can actually vote. That would definitely be a vibe. What do you think about that? Janet Chikori, Elaine Tucker. Yes, we're ready. We ready. You Robinson. Pato 779. Yes, speak among yourselves. Big up everybody. Acknowledgement for everybody. It's a beautiful thing. Prime Care RX. If you can, please educate people in the proper completion of. I didn't see that, you know. I forgot to type that back. It gone, leave me. Megawatt blessings. Ready and waiting. Good afternoon, Donna Whitaker. Queen. Blessings. Happy Saturday to you all. Time come, them said time coming or time come to do what? Tell me what time come. What the time come to do? Freedom. Or James, blessings. Let's say we are ready for it because we are here for it. Natalie Mullins, we still have to watch out for illegal voting. Think that we should vote. Illegal voting. When you say illegal voting, you're making reference to vote buying or dead people showing up and voting and these things. I said, we the people stand with you. Blessings, you know, blessings, Anthony R. Ratty said, they said, hurry up with the big announcement. Ratty, when Ratty come, I got ask him is which announcement that AV, or is that Ave? For real, democracy is speaking. Boiler, I like that name, you see? Boiler. Lawyer was sent to prison for corruption. And Andrew's next. Magnitsky was a Russian lawyer. Sergei Magnitsky was sent to prison. Oh, okay. What a thing. Derek White said a set day for election. A set day. Is this my internet? Is it my internet though? I don't think so. I would hope not. Well, look at me. They're having no Starlink. Why? Lifey. Really? Are we doing this right now? Really want to know if we're doing this right now. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
no.
no. Let me mute this one and see what happens. Yes, my people. So I have to tell you sorry about that. Naturally, let me just try to see if I how best I can read the comments here. The internet. Kevin, I don't have Starlink in the UK. Des Thomas, big up yourself. Kylie Barnes, blessings to you and all, as you had said. Megawatt said, can you imagine when ISA touched New York? A big things. Look how Megawatt had try to get me for protests. I made me not live in diaspora. Set me up. Nicola Parks, blessings to you. Anthony R says the yellow buses are arriving in Portland already. Yes, my people. Sorry about that. So I was saying, yeah, let me go back to go back to the chat room. Respect, you see? You can always call on Kevin, except for Thursday. Anthony Reed says, while we are on justice or lack thereof, man on murder charge for 11 years had charges against him dismissed because the prosecutor said that the witness did not actually see the incident. Oh, that takes place. I think I was in court, not yesterday, the day before that, which would have been Thursday. 8 years, and they can't locate a witness. And when they locate one witness, the next witness gone off foreign and migration and all of that, while people locked up for 8 years without. So that's nothing new.
Greetings and salutations. I see you holding it down, man. I come give you a hand, you know?
Yeah, man, I just tell them Kevin is so reliable. You can always get to Kevin on a Saturday, just not on a Thursday. Don't have internet troubles on a Thursday, people. I'm not throwing any word on anybody, you know. I just saying it.
It's just how the thing sit, man. Sometimes it just, it just rough. It just rough. Big ups everybody. Big ups. Much love. No, I jumped on and heard the last part of that, what you were saying just now. I said people waiting in prison for 8 years and other people migrate and foreign and thing. All that go.
Yeah, witnesses migrate, witnesses can't bother, the justice slow. But it's a unfortunate situation that, these with court dates, prosecution comes in, asks for more time. Not the prosecution's fault. Coming from the JCF, they say we're doing an investigation and we're waiting on a statement or waiting on a report, and a judge gives them the time. Before you know it, with the musical chairs between the bench and the prosecutor's office, 8 years pass by and a man no bail is sitting in prison or in a jail. 8 years, with the cloaked in the presumption of innocence. When you complain that it's a broken system, people say, "Oh, you're embarrassed, Jamaica. You so want go protest," and you know how that goes.
Rightly so. You should protest. There should be protests. Now, so the whole thing, want to say big up to my cousin Carla. Much love, Carla.
Big up yourself, Kevin.
Right. Hey, Rebel. So before I hand over the reins to the Rebel as he comes back, the whole idea of innocent until proven guilty, that's just something that doesn't work in Jamaica, right?
No. So me, I got always defend Jamaica and say it worked for some. I mean, you have some people that can close down the whole courtroom and not even the media can know what's going on in the court. So sometimes if you're from Upper St. Andre, you get a little bit better treatment because, we have to protect the kids or we have to protect the family. But in terms of the presumptions of innocence, that's the whole point of the Constitution. That's the whole point of why I certainly believe in the Charter. There are judges, the Chief Justice, he always says, you can't have both. You can't say you want to deny bail and then take your time with your investigation. In a perfect justice system, everybody would be treated like the former MP who is arrested on allegations of murder of his wife. They would do the investigation, collect the requisite evidence, and then put you in jail. And then have the basis to say to a judge, don't give this person bail. But certainly the presumption of innocence is embarrassed when you lock up somebody for 11 years and then you can't put up a case. And then the sweetest part about it is then you have some good lawyers who come and sue the government, and then the taxpayers have to pay the man. And then there's some sad negotiation about the cost of a day in prison. So it's there, just not working for everybody because you know, a day in prison is like 1,000 years in thy sight. So unless you go there, a lot of people can't appreciate it. Ratty laughing.
Well, you know,
Ratty laughing. Well, I don't want to give him a dose of misinformation and defamation. So Kevin, I'm gonna behave myself.
well, you know, context matters.
Context matters. Ratty, don't laugh at me.
Unmute, Rebel. Unmute.
No, me unmute, man.
All right. So, gentle people, we're just holding it down until the Rebel showed up, and here he is, the man of the moment. I will bid you farewell. I'll join you some other time. I give you my word. I won't make a promise because I never do that. I'm a man of my word, and I give you my word. I'll be back.
Tell them say in the background, man. And so they say, Kevin, where you there?
And Kevin is never there on a Thursday. I ball Kevin till I week on a Thursday.
Serious?
Not on a Thursday.
No. Hey, where are you?
Is that wicked? Hey, listen. I don't know. We'll probably will probably not be done at 8 o'clock, but I take over on Reggae Global at 8 o'clock from the Rebel. So I'll catch y'all later.
I start actually on business and we don't really want to keep him up too late, you know what I mean? So
right.
I run through this. What about Holy for cover, but you know, whatever we'll cover, and we'll just leave the rest until next time, such time, you know. So
all right. Yeah, man.
All right. Thanks for stepping in, man, and thanks to ISAT. Well, ISAT is a regular, so ISAT knows if me not around him, just go and hold it down till I come back. So we just have to just take care of some personal things. But anyway, I am here, people. Another beautiful Saturday afternoon. And let me just welcome all of you to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Many thanks to last week's guests, Dr. Francis, Carlos, Tigo, Lion, Ruthann, Dervin, and Giovanni. Foundation update. Please continue to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation as we move forward to get the EU, the US, the UK, and the Canadian governments to apply their versions of the Magnitsky Act to the crooked Jamaican politicians and their confederates. And people, you're going to hear we talk about it a lot. You've heard we talk about it before, but you haven't heard anything yet. We're going to talk about this particular act a lot because it's a threat to crooked politicians. And today we're gonna get to that. There are several laws that I'd like to just kind of like skim the surface with you so that you get an idea of what we're trying to do. And then at some point, fairly soon, I'll bring some experts on who can actually go into more detail. But the first act is the Global Magnitsky Act, and that's a U.S. law. And from that law, we get all of these other laws. Well, actually, it's not true. There's one called the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. That came out back in, I think, 1977. That's a U.S. law. Then we have the Global Magnitsky. We also have the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, which was just made into law in December of last year. Then there is the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. Long title. I'll repeat it. Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. That's a Canadian law. I mean, it says it all. And then we have the European Magnitsky Act, a takeoff from the Global Magnitsky Act, and that's an EU law. And then the last one is the Criminal Finances Bill, and that's a UK law. So we're gonna touch on them today, but not going to, because you could take days just looking at the Magnitsky Act itself. But we'll take out some of the details, we'll share them with you, so that when you talk to your friends and your relatives and your neighbors, you know exactly what you're talking about. And then when you tune in later on, we'll go into more detail so that you'll be an expert when we're done. Let me just touch on brand Jamaica, because that phrase keeps coming up. And let me just say, I'm very, very happy to be here. Pleased to be here. Big up all of the people in the chat, all of the people who I said, big up all of the people just joining us. No sound? Can I hear me? Somebody's Archibald Ellis says no sound.
But I hear you clear, loud and clear enough.
Okay, there's one person in the chat, Archibald. Okay. All right. Yeah, the Mike. No, it's coming up fine. You're good, Sonia. I hear. All right, good. All right, brand Jamaica people. We hear that term being bandied about by several people, including the Prime Minister. And remember last week I told you that the Prime Minister himself was one of the people destroying the brand. And based on his performance in office, I continue to stand by that belief that he's one of the people. He's not the only person, but he's one of the people destroying the brand. And we have a laundry list of things we can point to and say, look, here is where, here are some of the acts that you've performed and you are performing that are affecting brand Jamaica. Now, let me say this. I mean, some people might be upset. Some people might be joyous about it. But oh, how we wish for a fearless, intelligent, decisive leader like the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. It is tough for the leader of the so-called mini superpower, quote unquote, in the Caribbean, to humble himself and sit at the feet of the leader of a very small country to learn the fundamentals of governing and governance. Now, I've been told by very reliable sources in the Prime Minister's inner circle that he goes crazy whenever he's compared to Prime Minister Mottley. Well, he should abandon his arrogance, recognize and accept his deficiencies, eat a healthy serving of humble pie, and learn from the best leader in the Caribbean. Hands down, she's the best leader in the Caribbean. He should do all of those things and learn. He shouldn't be too arrogant. Now, regarding the latest travel advisory, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade was unable to convince the U.S. government to relent. Now, the message of Avoid Jamaica has featured prominently on the pages of international news outlets. And I mean, some of you've seen it. It's all over the place, like never before. The incompetence, and when I say incompetence, I'm talking about how our leaders, particularly those in the foreign ministry, they have not realized that geopolitics is center stage and therefore are unable to deal with the fact that the one China policy is the elephant in the room. They're not, I mean, it's staring them in the face. The one China policy. People, if you don't believe me, if you don't know what it is, go Google it, go look it up, read about it. From the Chinese side, it just says that Taiwan is essentially a part of China. And the U.S. government has taken the U.S. government and a whole host of governments, they've taken the position that no, Taiwan is an independent nation. And therein lies the fight. And we jump in with our short pants in a long pants people business. And that's the geopolitics there. The Miami Herald, they describe Jamaica as a mini superpower. And I think that designation has intoxicated our politicians. And they believe they can drive world politics and stand in the way of arguments between superpowers. Now, Whatever happened to the publication out of DC that said Jamaica was one of the safest places in the world? Why don't the incompetents have that publication go talk to the State Department and tell them that no, we have information that Jamaica is one of the safest places in the world, so you should revise your travel advisory. Why don't they have them talk to the State Department and have them remove the travel advisory? Because they have failed. They, meaning the incompetents, they have failed. And they know, the thing is, they know they're incompetent. They know what I'm saying is truth. Then it's the God's honest truth. They know that. They have no idea what they're doing. They're learning and they're making mistakes as they go along. And the mistakes they're making, by the way, they're elementary mistakes. They're mistakes that should not be made. But they continue to make them. Now, let me see this here. I want to show something. Because people have asked me, what you're doing, what's the purpose of it? Right? And I won't name any names who gave me this illustration, but I need you to take a look at this, please. Take a look at that. Tell me if you don't like it. We're looking about Talawa, right? And that's a diaspora right there. And when you say the diaspora taking care of the government, that diaspora is not the bogus diaspora that they concocted and came up with in January of 2020. That diaspora represents the people who would like to see a better Jamaica, and we're not cozying up to the ones who are destroying brand Jamaica. But take a look at that. It speaks volumes, right? One thing, love it. David Webster, love it, right? When we go back up, we look about with Talawa and the diaspora, kick over the government. I said, fighting corruption for a better Jamaica. With what? The One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. People do not forget the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. All right? But I love this, and I'm going to keep putting this thing here up. Love it, love it, love it, love it. All right. Now, there's no need for me to even really talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I see Herb is here with us. Yeah, there he is. Welcome, Herb.
Welcome, Mr. Buchanan, superstar extraordinaire.
Blessings, Herb.
King of KFC. And my good brother, I hope to be seeing you one of these days. I don't know when yet, but we'll get together.
Definitely.
Eat some good food. Maybe not KFC. I don't know.
Some good American KFC. Yes. The Colonel would be grateful.
Let me just.
Ratty. Yay.
Let me just tell people that I had a nice sit down yesterday. He drove up, I drove down, and we sat down and went over a bunch of things, which we're gonna explain to you guys later on. You're gonna love it. Believe me, you're gonna love the things that we're planning. And again, that's because we're the real diaspora. We take action. We don't take orders. We don't take orders from government. No, we take orders from our people in the diaspora and even the people in Jamaica. Yes, we'll take orders from, but not from government. No, I've said that we shouldn't attend the biennial meeting, which is planned for June. We should just forget about it. Don't waste your money going to Jamaica to pay a registration fee to attend this conference. If you want to go to Jamaica because you want to go visit family members, that's great. Or even if you want to go to Jamaica, and support the economy, yes, by all means, because a whole heap of hotel rooms now down there because of a mass cancellation we're hearing as a result of the travel advisory. Go down and support the Jamaican economy. And by the way, when you go support the vendors, the poor people, just don't go to the resort and, the all-inclusive and, where you spend your money from here, and then you go down there and you don't spend anything. Go down there and find somewhere off the beaten path and spend money with the people. Support that. but don't support this conference that they're having. It's bogus. I'm going to show you why. This Global Jamaica Diaspora Council doesn't represent our interests, and we should seek to render it obsolete through legal and social means. Therefore, as I said earlier, I'm calling on members to use their common sense and their sense of self-preservation to resign ASAP. Self-preservation in the sense that the American government could be looking at you because you didn't file under FARA, right? It has been reported that last week, Thursday, a diaspora member met with the FARA unit and officially filed a complaint against the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. It wasn't me, but someone did, so stay tuned. And as I said before, we should boycott the upcoming conference to be held in June in Jamaica, to be held in Jamaica this June. We need to boycott that. The ministry, by the way, the ministry launched a portal this week. I'll have to show you. Let me see if I can find it there. Okay, here it is. All right. Let me add it to the stage. There you go. New virtual platform to strengthen diaspora connections, right? And they're talking about handing over certificate, and they have a portal now where you can actually there is you can do business and invest in Jamaica and blah 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 blah. See, a groundbreaking virtual platform, the first of its kind in the region. It's known as Jam Them. Jam Them, and that's what they're trying to do to us. Them a jam way. Said jam them. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I'm the minister. Them I say, yeah, make we jam them, and they're jamming us. But them call it Jamaica Diaspora engagement model. There's no engagement. There's no dating here either. You know, look at what it's supposed to do: strengthen connections, foster engagement, and leverage the best of technology. And leverage the best of technology with the global diaspora. Right? No. Let me show you another article. Look at this. Hackers Zoom bomb Foreign Ministry's historic launch of Jam Them platform. The hackers jam them. The hackers jam them. Them start up this little foolishness. Say, well, them are hand over virtual platform. Look. Hackers yesterday infiltrated a Zoom meeting attended by more than 60 members of the diaspora who were invited to witness the historic launch of the new Jam Them virtual platform. Within 30 minutes, they said the attendees' view of the ceremony took an unexpected turn. You know what kind of turn that? They don't mention it here. They don't mention it here. It's a subject. Participants were subjected to explicit content, a foreign language featuring Lady Gaga. Sex movies they showed. They jammed it up and they showed pornographic movies. Now, remember, let's go back. See what I'm saying right here. See what I'm saying here? Right here. Leverage the best of technology. Second paragraph. And leverage the best of technology. Right? And so it just didn't work. So even when they tried to justify their existence, somebody came in and jammed them. That's what somebody did. Somebody came in and jammed them. So this is just a joke, people. And like I said, stay away from the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council. Stay away from them. Don't go to their meetings. Don't support them. And the members, I'm asking you, resign. Resign. Because this thing is bogus and you're putting yourself at risk. But choice is yours. You don't have to listen to me. When DOJ come knocking on your door and start asking questions, then you can deal with them. And if when DOJ, when they come to your door and they start knocking, I tell you who you mustn't call. Don't call Rattigan to come help you. Do not call me, because once I realize that you're a member and you call me and say DOJ is at your door, I'm going to tell you goodbye. I have no interest in representing you because you've been warned. and you've been warned for a very, very long time. Tell them, oh, you know what? Tell them must use this portal, this Jam Them portal. Tell them, say, must use it for their conference because you're not going to spend good money for travel and registration fee to attend the bogus conference. So tell them, since we have, we have all of this technology here, we're going to use this technology and tell them we're going to use it so we don't have to come to Jamaica. We can just use it and do a virtual conference as they did. I think they did one time during COVID. And that way you don't have to spend the registration fee, by the way. So that's what you should do. Isat, Herb, what do you guys think about this Jam Them feature of the ministry?
I just want to say quickly, because I'll be pulling into the yard in a minute. But listen, here is an excellent opportunity to establish transparency. Everything that the government has received over the last, let's say, last 5 years, and that's giving them a break. If they can demonstrate to us with one of Nigel Clark's infamous graphs to demonstrate receipt of the funds and the projects it was applied to, I think it would be worthwhile having that thing. But if they're doing it for other nefarious reasons, because they have the Israelis there, and from one article I read, they appear to be tapping into folks' IP address, cell phones, and other privacy issues that they're in violation of. Now, if that's true, then this thing is out of control before it's even arrived. And I'm talking about NIDS, right? If that's their reason for having NIDS, then they got problems. But the bottom line is they need to clearly establish transparency and bring about accountability. And I hope that even the Integrity Commission could come on and give us some their transparency as well, because we do need to hear from them. I don't know if they're limited from saying what they're looking at without calling names, but they need to give reassurance to the public that they're doing their jobs and that they're digging into the right people, making the right probes, as it were. So I hope that they can put that thing to good use and not use it for spying, which is what reportedly has been happening. So that's pretty much what I believe that thing is good for.
You know what? Before I bring Isat in, there is my good friend Patrick Beckford. See, he said right here in the chat, check out the collections from the Radiothon in 2020 to purchase PPE equipment. Nothing has reached anyone, and we don't know where the money went. We don't know where the money went. We don't know. So this idea that you're going to the One Jamaica, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, we're going to have the biennial conference and all this not foolishness. Isat, your comments, if any, sir.
So yeah, I have a little bit of comment. As somebody who is not a part of the diaspora, I like the bogus diaspora because I think I can join it and get some free KFC. So there will be no penalties for me, certainly, if I'm running around with them. And wherever the KFC goes, I follow. So I mean, making light of a serious situation. We're in the same. The diaspora is in the same situation that the Jamaican people are in as we speak. We want real representation. We want a true representation, and we want representation that represents the people, each and every one of us. So that's the trick about it. So it's just sad that even giving a warning where you have to say, don't do this, but it's a matter for you. People, you just simply have to do what's right. And you won't have to, yeah, you won't have to worry about where it is that is follow. You said something earlier about brand Jamaica. So this is where I'm gonna say something controversial. And don't be surprised when I say this. Um, there's a difference between affecting a brand and destroying a brand. But there are, as it's almost like Adidas. I love Adidas as a brand. Um, but you can't destroy the brand is for everybody because the brand is timeless, and it's only certain things like reggae music and track and feel and individual success is a mark of a brand Jamaica. So when people in the local space make statements about destroying the brand, embarrassing the brand is not destroying the brand, you're embarrassing yourself. And people use the term destroying the brand to suppress freedom of expression, free speech, and divert from truth diversion. That's what I'm going to call it. The controversial aspect that I want to tell you though is um I'm always somewhat slighted and offended when um the prime minister is compared to Mia Motley. It really isn't fair, and I'm gonna defend him. And comment section, and just leave me alone. I'm gonna defend him in the middle of election because I constantly saying that the prime minister he misses the mark because he is a great man. He has achieved and where he has achieved a lot in Jamaica with his with as a young prime minister. He has come and he has made changes. Has he done enough is a different question, but I think if he were to even leave now, he would have done enough. And he came in as a young leader, and he did what he could do in his capacity. um People, we must never forget that. And so you could never expect him to do what the most erudite Mia Motley does. You just cannot expect that from him. So we have to give him um credit where it is due. So and I'm saying this as context matters. So I know right now as I'm talking to you, Rattigan, I'm not even reading the comments because I feel like them done in me. But a lot of his failures, no, I'm going to tell you this because heavy is the head that wears the crown. And you see, when you sit in the seat as the prime minister, and you have a lot of fool people, short neck people, no neck people, misinformation people, people where drift and not drive, people where people where people that is on a little cottage in the grill and not worried about the issues of government. When you have the supporting cast, when your movie goes up for the Oscar, the only thing it can possibly win is the Best Actor award if you're a male prime minister, or the best actor. But you're not gonna get the supporting. You won't get the supporting roles. You're not gonna get the supporting cast. They have failed him, and because of that, it makes him look bad because then he has to go to podiums and do damage control and say stuff like every ghetto youth is a star, which we know. We know this, except the same ghetto youth that must go up in the truck back and spend 11 years in prison waiting on trial or pre-charge detention. So his legacy begins to diminish because the central issues are the key issues. He's not in a position to tackle them, and Jamaica can't wait. So it appears he's doing nothing. So I'm going to defend him on that aspect of it, Ratty. And I know you're going to respond, but I always have to give to Caesar what is due to Caesar, even though Caesar's end didn't end well. But you get it, yes.
All right. There is a theory. I'm sure you're familiar with it. In
Mm-hmm.
it's agency theory. And so when you hire people to work for you,
Mm-hmm.
are by extension responsible for things that they do. And in this case, he's hired a whole group of incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think we can distance him from his ridiculous employment posture, where he employed these people. He was supposed to have done the background on these people to say, listen, what's your qualification? Can you manage this ministry? And so on and so forth. So to say, well, they didn't serve him well, and therefore he did the best he could do. No, he didn't do the best he could do. He could have, if that's his best, he could have done better by putting really qualified people in position. For example,
but then there would be a big problem. There would be those better people would be people who would be signing on to the Integrity Commission because they would have some substance, and then the you know, the old pirates, the Bob Marley songs. I'm not quoting any songs, and I always get charged with lots of money for quoting songs that speak the truth to the situation. So that speaks for itself. But we are managing corruption, and we understand that. I was just making reference. So no, I'm not in an alternative new universe. And no, Rattigan don't have to take me off of the program. I'm saying, and why context matters, Ratty, is that in comparison to a Mia Motley, who has a country of about 300,000 people to deal with, Jamaica is just situated different. That's all I was saying. Nothing beyond that.
But here's the thing: with a country of 300,000, you see the platform that you see the attention that she commands when she gets on a platform, and I'm talking about the world stage, right? So if you use that theory, then you could say they have 300,000 people, and she's doing that. Well, we have almost 3 million people, so we should be doing 3 times what she's doing. But that's not, or more than that. That's 10% of what we have. 10% of the people in Jamaica live in Barbados, and she by far is the leader of the Caribbean. And in fact, they just did a poll the other day, and our prime minister was not even ranked in the top 5. Right? So it's not just the people in the chat room. It's not just me. It's not everybody who's listening saying that. This is a common view. This is a public secret. It's whatever they're trying to hide, it's out there. Everybody sees it. And so there is a problem here. There is a problem there's a vacuum in terms of leadership in Jamaica. There is. And I mean, people, but here's the thing. There are some people in Jamaica who said, don't believe your lying eyes. They'll see it. They'll know it. They'll feel it. And they'll still say, he's doing a terrific job.
Well, I've always said, Mr. Rattigan, don't trust the words of a politician, Continue.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Kevin, thanks. Kevin, big up yourself.
Kevin, behave yourself, Kevin, because this makes me look bad.
But let me just move on a little bit. We're going to come back to this topic
All
about
right.
prime minister corruption. But people, like, share, and subscribe, please, to the program. I don't say it often enough, but there are people in the chat room. They encourage, and I'm reading it right now. They encourage and they tell people, like up the thing. We have 1,400 people right now, and we just finished up the first hour. So yeah. Outstanding issues. I'm still waiting on the DPP to provide information regarding the prosecution of the former Minister of State, Leslie Campbell, and the former Speaker of the House, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. Now, here's what happened, people. Family, we have to keep our eyes on the matter to ensure that the cases are not dismissed based on the statute of limitations or an abuse of process defense. We've seen this happen far too many times, where it's a 9-day wonder, we lose track of it, and the next time we hear about it, the case is dismissed. We cannot afford this to happen. And so I'm staying on top of it, the issue with the DPP. So far, she has not responded to the second letter. The first one she responded to, and she said, I don't know if there is a case, but she should. So we're going to keep on pressing this issue. And if you recall, we were pressing the fertilizer issue, and you saw what happened last week. They got caught red-handed. Red-handed. Don't hold my breath. Well, I tell you what, Andrea, we have some legal tools that we can use to make sure that these cases they don't get swept under the rug, and we are planning to use them. So that's what I'm telling you. We have our little meetings. We don't say everything. We don't talk about everything that we discuss, but there are some critical things that we discuss that we need to inform all of you about, so that you understand that we're not just talk, or as Isaac would say with the good Baroness, chat. We're not about doing that. We're about strategizing, and we're about taking action. So stay tuned for that. Now, important news. I guess I have to change my voice for this. Tonight at midnight, please tune in to Reggae Global Radio and relax with a rebel as he titillates you with classic, sensuous slow jams. If you love Luther, Peebo, Tina, and Patty, tonight's your night. So make plans with that special someone and join the thousands of regular listeners to unwind and relax with a rebel. All right, don't forget, people, midnight. Join me. You can't afford to miss tonight's program. If you just want to relax and listen to some really, really nice, actually, they're not slow jams, they're slower jams, because you won't, well, let me stop right here. Just listen tonight, tune in. Bless up Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Desmond, Paul, Michelle, Ma Jean, Mrs. Nelson, Mr. Baxter, and Angela. Big up Russell, the Trower family, the Madison family, Durban. Big up all of my brethren them and family members in Pretoria and Johannesburg. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rollington crew. General, stay so. Big up the old lady, your sister, brother, father. Big up everybody for me. And all of the crews watching at home in the bars, markets, and other public venues. Angela, enjoy your stay and heal up the Jamaica crew for me. Angela, by the way, is a big supporter, and she's in Jamaica right now. And thanks for the little meeting the other day. Much appreciated. Big up Rasclem, Wayne TV, Dalton Gooden, Tony from Gander Road, my brother know they are England. Big up yourself. Bunny Jump, stay sir. All right. Cora and the Princess. And my sisters, Peaches, love you like cook food. Wendy, likewise. Jenny, get well soon. Heard about little hospital stay. I'll be in touch. Marcia. And also Merlin, Dorrit, and the Manchester crew. And all of the supporters, well-wishers, and advisors. Want to big up on yourself. Thanks for tuning in. Tell a friend, tell a neighbor, tell a relative. Future presentations, we have a whole lot. But listen, tomorrow, Waterhouse Vibes with host Michael Nita will be streaming at 3 p.m. on YouTube. Herb and I will be there for that. And then tomorrow night, we will be on Lonesome's regularly scheduled town hall meeting at 7. The man will have a lot to say, as usual, but I think he'll have a lot more to say now that certain things have been planned. And don't forget, family, to check out Isaac Buchanan's radio show, Context Matters, on Reggae Global Radio and Facebook every Thursday from 5 to 7. And by the way, I will be on this Thursday with my brethren, call him my nephew, because him actually could have been my son, but I saw the thing set. I will be on with him and see if we can make some more Context Matters. So people tune in for that. It's Thursday on Reggae Global Radio and Facebook from 5 to 7. Short period of time. So tune in and be informed. Now, today we have a whole bunch of things to talk about. The opinions you hear today regarding the presentations will be that of individual presenters. Although we don't have any presenters, we just have panelist right now, and it's not endorsed by Reggae Global Radio. Family, I've been promising you a presentation entitled The Prime Minister, Corruption and Integrity Commission. I've been promising you this presentation for about, I don't know, about 4 weeks now, 3-4 weeks. I'll try and do it today, but we've got a lot. And I want to save some energy and strength for tonight, because tonight's a special night, midnight. And then tomorrow I have 2 programs. But anyway, let's start today with Minister Robert Morgan. And I can't help but play this thing again. Let me see if Kevin there. Like that?
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
People, we need to listen to this. Listen to this like you never listened to it before.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
All right. Do not trust the words of politicians. Let me see if I have anything up here with him. Magnitsky, criminal. I have some stuff up here with him. Where is he? Well, Kevin, oh, yeah, found some stuff with him. All right. No, I'm 21 years older than Minister Robert Morgan. 21. I've often referred to him as the brother I've chosen. But considering the age difference, he's more like a son. Now, 2 weeks ago, the minister made several derogatory, disrespectful, and untrue statements about me personally and professionally. Minister, you can't treat your elder them way there. That's not right. Family, I'm a forgiving person. And for the sake of family unity, I try to forgive him. But, and you know there's a but, I cannot. And I will not forget what he said. You see, his remarks have caused severe harm to me and my immediate family. And if this youngster is not taken to task, he will continue with his wayward and reckless behavior. Specifically, he made certain comments, statements about my former employment with the FBI, made statements about his contact with me, saying that I'm the one who was essentially chasing after him, made statements about my personal life. And his lies must be exposed. You see, the youngster has a law degree and worked in media and communications for 13 years, of which the last 8 years were spent on social media, strategic communications, and public relations. How do I know this? Right here. Right here. That's how I know. There it is. Look at the paragraph saying between 2016 and May 2019. It says it right here. Minister Morgan was the Director of Communications at the Office of the Prime Minister. Minister Robert Nestor Morgan has worked in media and communications for over 13 years, the last 8 of which focused on social media, strategic communications, and public relations. And if you look at the very last paragraph, it says that he graduated from the University of the West Indies with a bachelor's degree in history, 2004, and he holds a bachelor's of law degree, LLB, from the University of London. And he's also a justice of the peace. Now, with qualifications like that, if you look at his training and his experience, you would assume that he's intelligent, he's strategic, and he's articulate. In fact, it was only last week that I stated that his job required him to display intellectual agility, precision with words, and action above and beyond reproach. However, in his merciless verbal assault on me and my family, he abandoned all of those attributes. And now he must pay. And he must pay dearly. And we're not talking about physical harm. Let me be absolutely clear. We're talking about legal action. So again, let's just start with his advice to all of us. I have to play it.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
People have asked me to play that over and over again so that it's seared in our minds that he said it. He said it. Those words came out of his mouth. I've often said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Now, one of the things he said he indicated that because we oh, by the way, the video the video was made was it tomorrow would have been 2 weeks, and it was a known government supporter, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with supporting the government. We're all supporters of the government, but this person is a really, really strong supporter, and he cannot see the flaws with what the government is doing, and that's fine. But what's interesting is that that video was taken down. Video is gone. Video is gone. But Mama no raise no fool. We have it. We have the video. And let me just, if you get a chance, and if you want it, just give me a shout and I can send it to you. It said in the video he talks about the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, and that, you know, my issues and the issue of standing and what the judge said. And, you know, my perspective on that is I respect the judge's opinion. I believe it's incorrect and it's on appeal. And that's the end of that. He went on to speak with the host, and they were talking about that I've axed to grind because I didn't get the police commissioner's job, and that I failed in court. I know I'm trying to win public opinion regarding the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson Smith. He also said my association with Mr. Lonesome was political, even though I've never voted in Jamaica, never registered to vote. And at this point, I have no interest in voting in Jamaica. I'm not affiliated with any political party, but that's par for the course. They're going to do those things whenever you criticize them. And they talked about Roots FM. I think the Minister Morgan was supposed to appear on the program. And he put up screenshots and said that essentially I was the one who was chasing after him, and that he had no interest, and that he put something up displaying the fact that I had called him and that he didn't respond. Kevin, help me out here. Put up the thing there. Put up the thing from the phone there. The text on the phone calls them. But Kevin there. No, not that one there. Not that one there, Kevin. I'm not ready for that one there. The text more put up first. Yeah, that. Yeah. Like that. Okay. All right, folks. I want to take a look at this. I want to take a close look at this. Take a look at that. Okay. Now, look, this is what happened. This is the first entry for Robert Nesta Morgan on my phone. First entry, August 16th, 2022. Now, look at missed call. He called me at 10:22. Didn't answer him. And it's not because I knew he was and I didn't want to answer him. I just missed the call. 10:23, he wrote to me, texted me, and he said, "Good morning, sir. This is Robert Nesta Morgan." No, that's the first. This is my phone. But if you open my phone right now, and I'm willing to, if we want to do a forensic test and we can bring it to the technology people and have their look to see that I've manipulated the phone in any way, shape, or form, I'm perfectly okay with that. The very first entry in my phone under this name, Robert Nesta Morgan, is that. Look, see? So he called me at 10:22. I didn't answer. Then he sent me a message at 10:23. "Good morning, sir. This is Robert Nesta Morgan." Then he called me again at 10:54. I called him after. See, he didn't put this up. He didn't put this up to show that he called me first and then he sent me the text message. He didn't put that. Then look at what I wrote, because I called him after that. Look at what I wrote to him. I said, "Brethren, blessings. We keep playing telephone tag." Because after he called me 10:22, I called him. Then he called me back 10:54. Then I sent him this message when I saw that I missed the call. I said, "I'm out having breakfast with my 2 soldiers, my 2 sons. If we don't speak in the next hour, I look forward to meeting you on Roots FM today at 11 a.m. Jamaica time." That's 11:15. Then there were several. Then I wrote to him again at 6 in the evening. I said, "I'm free whenever you are." All right. That's August. Look, that's August 16th. Then on the 17th, here's what happened on the 17th. He said, "Sorry, I missed your call, sir." Well, made a mistake. Should be 2 L's. But "Sorry, I missed your call, sir. We'll try another time." This is 9 o'clock in the morning. Then 6 minutes later, I said, "No worries, brethren. I understand that you're a very busy man." No, you know what happened? Between the 16th and the 23rd. Here's the 23rd, where I said to him, "I write to kindly ask you to coordinate the appearance of Minister Chang on Roots FM to discuss Jamaica's anti-crime policy." The 23rd. You know what happened? He and I spoke, and he tried to get me to drop my inquiry regarding the Honorable Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. He said to me that he got my number from a mutual friend. I won't call the person's name. But when we, at some point I will have to, but right now I won't call the person's name. And he said he got the number from the person, and the person told him that, "Hey, you can talk to Rattigan. He's a reasonable person." Blah, 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 blah. Right? And I said to him, "No, because I have the documentation, and so I will not go ahead and do what you're asking me to do." That's what happened. He and I spoke, people. Trust me. He and I spoke. So we talked about this, and then August 28th, there's another one. I said to him, "I'll be a guest on Conrad O'Brien's show. We will discuss updates to the story concerning Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. We will discuss solutions to the crime problem in Jamaica. Tune in and be informed." And shortly thereafter, he blocked me. But don't let him come and tell you lies, people, that I've been chasing after him. I mean, this is a minor point, but it's well worth. This gives you a sense of who the person is, who we're dealing with. There it is, August 16th. There it is right there. 10:22, he called me. Didn't answer. Then 10:23, he wrote to me, "Good morning, sir. This is Robert Nesta Morgan." No, the question is this. Are you going to believe him? Kevin, give me the next one then. Give me the one, the plot on the card. Oh, here it is. All right. Are you going to believe him? Oh, by the way, he said that he indicated that I was drummed out of the FBI. Dishonorable discharge, whatever the term was he used. Folks, take a look at this. Take a look at that. What does it say? It says fidelity, bravery, integrity. By the way, that badge Let me explain all of this to you. Let me pull this out. All right. See this that you're looking at, this embroidered thing right here? It folds face to face. And then this badge is on the outside. So when you show up, this is called your credentials, and that's your badge, right? So when it's folded, you will only see the badge, and then that's when you flip it out and you say FBI, right? And if you look right here, and all of these are for the years that I've been there. Each badge, each one of these little gold things here, charms, they represent the number of years. No, let me show you something. Look closely at this. Look closely at the top half of the credentials. Federal Bureau of Investigation, U.S. Department of Justice. This is to certify that Wilfred Rattigan, whose signature and photograph appear hereon, is a regularly appointed supervisory special agent. But look right here. See right here? It says retired. Right here. It says retired. All right. Then there's my picture right there. And it says, and as such is charged with the duty of investigating violations of the laws of the United States, collecting evidence in cases in which the United States is or may be a party in interest, and performing other duties imposed by law. And look what it says right here. Retired. They punch in retired in it so that you can't use it, you know, as if you're not retired. Now look at this. See that? Presented to Supervisory Special Agent Wilfred Rattigan. I started in 1987, right here, and I retired in 2017. It's almost 30 years. And it says here, upon your retirement. That's why there's a big difference between saying someone is an ex-FBI agent, a former FBI agent, and a retired FBI agent. I'll explain the difference to you in a second. But it says for loyal and devoted service to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And this badge number, 10492, if you should spin this badge around, that's the number that's on the reverse. That number is on the other side of this badge. This is a badge that I carried for almost 30 years. And here's our motto: fidelity as opposed to infidelity, bravery as opposed to cowardice, and integrity as opposed to corruption. That's the FBI's motto, and they protect the brand, right? So when this gentleman is going to say that they what was it? I forgot the term that he said, that basically they kicked me out of the FBI. I have no idea where he's coming from with it. Kevin, give me the card. If you have the card, give me the card, please. Don't know if Kevin, where are you there? You there? Oh, Kevin there. Okay. No, that's not it. No, I don't think it's up there. Yeah, I'm going to send it to you, Kevin. I think you have it already. Hold on. Hold on, folks. I have to show you something. This is what I have to show you. I don't think it's up there, Kevin. Let me. Herb, you want to make some comments while Kevin is looking for this thing from me?
Yeah, I was gonna comment about this discharge that was supposed to be unfavorable from the FBI. Because if they're going to do that, then it means that somebody is setting these things in motion. And what you have to look back at is who has been putting false information out about Jamaica's supercharged economy and the fact that there's just so much going on that the prime minister looks like he is the world's greatest leader down there in Jamaica. To me, it's the same people in the US and in the US media that controls the US media that is putting this stuff out. And they are the ones that make the prime minister and Jamaica look good in the past. Until we came along and we started holding their feet to the fire. We started making them accountable for the things that are going on there by revealing those things that are happening in Jamaica. So I can understand that they would say that and pass this information to Morgan. And then Minister Morgan would want to come on and say something that he knows is patently false, because he's been saying it all along. He talks about the fact that the PNP are the ones that ran up the murder rate and ran up the crime rate, when in fact their numbers far exceed that of the PNP. They can't get the numbers back down to below 1,200. And they're the ones that are utilizing state of emergency as a crime plan, which is totally ineffective and violating people's constitutional rights. So it's important for the people of Jamaica and here in the diaspora to know and understand why they are doing this disinformation program, and that's exactly what it is, that will ruin your reputation if they can, if anybody chooses to believe it. Now, I've been hearing all of these talk show hosts come on, and they've hosted Minister Morgan, they've hosted my cousin Clovis, Dr. Clovis Nelson, and they're hosting a host of people who are talking positively about the JLP accomplishments. I got no problems with the JLP accomplishments, but the amount of derogatory information out there, unfavorable information out there concerning their management of funds and concerning the management and these successful projects that they're claiming, it needs to be examined, because where there's smoke, there's fire. And that's all I got to say about that.
Well, Kevin is just about. He has a document. It's a little card I want to show. And then, well, while Kevin is doing that, let me explain something to people about the FBI. You can retire from the FBI. You become eligible upon reaching age 50 and 20 years of service. And by the way, the reason why I'm explaining this is because he's a minister. I talk to ministers. I don't talk to, tiki. I don't talk to those people. So the minions and all of them people that write and carry on, I'm not responding to them. I'm responding to him. And there's a good reason why I'm responding to him. I'm responding to him because of an announcement I'm going to make. So the FBI, you can retire at age 50 with 20 years of service. So there are two things. You must be age 50 before you can retire and get a pension. And along with age 50, you must have 20 years of service. So for example, the FBI will hire you until age 37. Well, by the time you get to 50, you won't have 20 years of service. So that's why they have something called mandatory retirement, which is 57. So you can leave with a pension as early as 50, provided you have 20 years of service. or if you don't have 20 years of service, then you go on until you get the 20 years of service. But at age 57, you have to leave. As far as they're concerned, you're old. So them, you can't run after criminals anymore, So them just say, no, bring in, new blood. So you go at 57. When I left the FBI, I was 57. My last day in the office at FBI headquarters, I was 57. I think it was 57 or the Sunday was my birthday or something to that. But I left at age 57. I couldn't stay a day longer. So if they got rid of me, if they kicked me out, then how would I have been there until age 57? And then them give me a nice shadow box plaque. Here's a thing I want to show you. Kevin, bring it up for me. All right. When you leave from the FBI and you're in good standing, oh, Kevin, we can't make this any bigger. Well, the folks, Kevin, all right, well, Kevin, I do that. You have to be 57. So I left at 57. So I don't know where the minister got this thing about that, I was dishonorable discharge, or I don't even remember the term, because what happened is that I have some people who went over the video and they took it down frame by frame, because we don't want to accuse him of saying something that he didn't say. And they took it down frame by frame and they sent it to me. And yeah. Right, Dad? No. So when I left, like I said, when I left, I was 57 and I had more than 20 years of service. So I have no idea where this gentleman, I don't know where he got that idea from, that they drummed me out of the FBI. They got rid of me. They kicked me out. I was dishonorable discharge. Whatever the term he used, I have no idea. No, he was served this week, and people started calling me. I said, "Why you act fast? Because last week I thought with it. I know you issue him the law." And I said, "No, that's not me. I had nothing to do with that. That's not me." So he was served this week, and that had to do with some issues he had with his former counselor. That's none of my business. He got served. So, but people thought that it was that I had something to do with it. I had nothing to do with it. So that's that. Let me see if Kevin, can I put it up? No, it's not up. All right. While Kevin looking for that. So here is the announcement I'm going to make. Minister Morgan, I've spoken to you through this medium on several occasions. You may not have listened to me, but I'm absolutely certain that people affiliated with you, they watch the program. And so by extension, I have to believe that they conveyed the message to you, even if you didn't watch it. And I've asked you on several occasions to act responsibly, to act in accordance with your job title. But you've seen it fit to do otherwise. Your job is based on your ability to communicate. Minister of Communication, that's your job. And like I said, you have to be precise with your language, with your words. You have to carefully choose your words. You cannot go around and just willy-nilly just say things as you feel. There are consequences to what you say and what you do. And there will be consequences for what you've done to me. Now, you availed yourself to receive documents from your former counselor's attorney. I hope you avail yourself to receiving or to receive my documents, because you are going to get my documents. And my documents will specifically use in the documents you will get. You cannot run away from your language, because we have the videotape. And it's so funny because once I mentioned that, oh, I'm speaking to my lawyers, all of a sudden, the gentleman who hosted the program, I don't know if he did it, but the program was taken down. The program, I was told that the program is no longer on YouTube. But God no sleep. My mother used to tell me that all the time. And so we have the program. And if anybody wants a copy of it, I send it to them. We have a copy of the program, and we've gone through it frame by frame. And the announcement I'm making now is that we will proceed with legal matters against you. We will also proceed legal matters against the ministry. We will also proceed with legal matters against the office of the Prime Minister, because that's where you work. You work out of that office. You work for the Ministry of Information. And when you spoke representing those entities, because we're talking about the protest. And then you'll be sued in your individual capacity as well. You ought to know better, sir. You've been involved in media for a long time. You've been around lawyers. You have a law degree. You've been around for a while. You're experienced. You're knowledgeable. Or at least we ascribe those things to you based on your educational and your professional experience. Is this it, Kev? No. Kevin, push it over for me, please. So we are going to proceed with that. And as they say, cock mouth kill cock. At least that's the heading of the video that somebody sent me. That's the heading of the video, with you saying that I've always said to people, don't trust the words of a politician. But it's just sad that we have to do this, because I was hoping we wouldn't have to go down this road. But you've left me no choice. You cannot, sir, you simply cannot conduct yourself in this reckless, irresponsible manner and think that it's business as usual. You can just walk away. No. And you didn't do your homework, because you're in the media. You're supposed to be doing your due diligence before you start making all of these statements. And you didn't. And anybody, you should have spoken to people who know me very well. And they'll tell you about me that I lean into the wind. Me not care who you be. Me lean into the wind. And me love courthouse. Love courthouse. We love it just like I said. We love courthouse. Right? There we go. Look at this, people. He said that they drummed me out. Look at this. When you leave the FBI, they give you this badge. I mean, this card along, and the plaque I showed earlier. They mail that to you, and then they give you this as you're walking out the door. And you see what it says, right? It says, this is to certify that Wilfred Rattigan, whose signature and photograph appears hereon, separated in good standing as a special agent of the FBI. Remember that term, in good standing. If you have issues, you don't get that. And there's a separation date, March 31st, 2017. Now remember, I started in 1987. And that's the last day that I was officially an FBI agent. Now I'm a retired FBI agent. There it is. So, Mr. Morgan, Minister Morgan, I don't know how you're going to handle this one, but you need to start looking around for a good attorney, because we are going to. Oh, an announcement. Whatever the award is for defaming me, let me just say this, that I don't want that money. My attorney will get his fees, but the money that's supposed to come to me, I want to set up a fund, a scholarship for some inner city schools, some inner city children. And I also want to help people at the university level, people who are in the media business. I want to set up a fund site for people, at least one person in the media business, so that they understand this thing about media. They don't come out and just chat and just say things like this and besmirch people's reputation and think them can get away with it. So I want to set up something for inner city kids, something that the government hasn't done, right? Well, it hasn't done well enough. I want to set something up so that some poor people picnic can get the benefit of a good education. And depending on what it is, it may be several children. And at least one person at the university studying media, I would like to make a contribution to that person's education. I don't want any money. Make that absolutely clear. So that's the that's one of the announcements. Now, ISAT, I want to call on you. You don't have to give away anything, or if you don't feel like commenting, that's fine. But what do you think about the presentation I've made so far?
Well, the truth hurts. I see people in the comments inviting the minister to call me, but a little problem would arise right there. Conflict of interest, but I'm gonna leave it. The most I would say is you have shown where the truth lies. And I mean, what follows is persons to do the right thing and apologize where it's deemed fit to soften the blow. But I mean, that's a matter for whoever is advising people. But one must not, sometimes even this isn't even the platform wasn't one for political banter, because you are not a politician. The attack of a citizen by a minister of government, accusing you of several things is kind of unfortunate. But where I see, based on your announcements, that you're taking the case, I will just simply say less on that. But it speaks for itself. You have the accusations about being discharged dishonorably, or any innuendos where that is concerned, was rubbish tonight. And the public can see for themselves. And possibly why that video was removed from where it was, because it really got out of hand, and it was just unfortunate. That's all.
All right. Thank you, sir. Herb, before we move on to the next topic.
I believe sincerely that Mr. Morgan has no one that is informing him accurately. He has no intelligence people out there at all that can give him good information. He doesn't even advertise for information, as far as I can tell, right? And the people he has that surrounds him are people who don't like you. Don't like you either for the success of the program or don't like you because you keep talking the truth. And when he listens to them and what they have to say, then they're going to run into problems because they are totally misinformed.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who out there, they know themselves because they've been doing this for quite a while. They'll act like, in some cases, that they're your friend, but they then, as we say back home, so all the time and talk stuff that them don't know. I can't use the real words I want to use. I don't want to use it on this program. But they're really screwed up. And to have convinced them that you had other than honorable discharge from the FBI, he should use his common sense. He should have done his homework. And if he went on Google, he probably could have figured out how old you were and how long you could have stayed in the FBI and known. Yeah, I mean, the man does no research. That's his problem, right? Which makes him an idiot. You know, you cannot be an information minister and don't even want to take your cell phone out. And I'm sure you have access to a laptop or to a desktop. But you can do your own research. Or they could order from the Israelis a profile of you. You see? All of those things he has access to. And the man is just, come on, Robert, what's going on back there?
Hey, I sort of love that one, Andres, Ratty, you have standing on this one. You have a letter and a 50 cents.
I saw that and I was wondering, I hear you talk about you go open school and my bucket of chicken not included. Patricia Williams, get him for me, please. Because we have government officials giving away free money by their words and speech. Life is good.
Yeah. And like I said, people, whatever the award is, whatever the settlement, whatever it is, whatever I get from it, it is going to help the poor of Jamaica. Right? I don't want anything out of it. That's what I'd like to do. Now, let us switch and talk about the protest. Just this past Thursday, was it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday ISAT. We had a program with a gentleman, and the program was broadcasted out of Chicago. And we had a gentleman from Jamaica, last name Sutherland. Herb, do you know if he's related to the host? Because the host's name is also Sutherland.
Yeah, I believe he is. I mean, just based on the profile about people. But I would rather, I mean, I don't even want to search on these two jokers because
no, that's fine.
But anyway, they're totally meaningless.
He came on and he was saying that he gave the impression that he was echoing what was being said to him by the people of Jamaica, and not necessarily his view. He was just saying, "Look, I'm telling you what I'm hearing." But then we found out that this gentleman, he's a member of. Put it this way: he's not one of the Jamaicans earning $100 or less per week. He's not one of those. He's not one of the Jamaicans going to bed hungry. He's not one of those. He can afford to take care of himself and his family. So I found out that when he said, this is what I'm hearing, he's talking about his circle of friends, and they don't include the masses. That's what I was led to believe. But anyway, he said that we were wasting our time. And then right after that, he started saying, but we're damaging brand Jamaica. What we're doing is not good for Jamaica. And so I wasn't quite sure of what he was saying, because on one hand, he was saying, we're wasting our time, it's useless, it's not producing anything. But on the other hand, he's saying, yes, what you guys are doing, it's damaging Jamaica. But then I pointed out to him that, look, you know what's really damaging Jamaica? We have the politicians, the crooked politicians, and he did admit that Jamaica is a corrupt society. He did say that. But then I asked him about the U.S. government, about this travel advisory, and said, this has done more to harm brand Jamaica than anything we've done so far. Because they've put it out in the international press that if you're planning to go to Jamaica as a tourist, don't go. And this is in stark contrast to the report that came out last year out of Washington, D.C., saying that Jamaica was one of the safest places to go. In fact, the travel advisory said that you're not safe even in the all-inclusive resorts. You're not safe there. That went to the heart of the tourism business. The heart of the tourism business. So I have no idea where they're finding these people, and they come out and they can't really, they can't really verbalize what it is they want Jamaica to be. Because essentially he's saying, you guys are complaining, yes, we're a corrupt society, but you guys shouldn't complain and you should just leave us alone and we'll figure it out. You know, speaking of figuring out, let me show something. All right. Herb, you remember this? I don't think ISAT was there, but I believe you were there. You remember that?
Yep.
This
absolutely
is Mr. at the town hall meeting on addressing crime, right?
Yes.
That's a quote. Jamaica has some of the best crime fighting expertise in the world, and I cannot see any possible avenue to engage the diaspora expertise to help fight crime in Jamaica. You remember that?
Yeah, I clearly remember that, because he indirectly was saying the crime fighting expertise is there to handle regular criminals, but he knows that the diaspora will be coming after him and all the other members of the cabinet who got problems that we can clearly see here in the diaspora. He doesn't want any of us. He don't want you in particular, and certainly not Dr. Francis, to come down there and tell them anything, because then we're going to discover how the government is in control of the police force and steering them in the wrong direction.
Okay.
So, that's basically it.
Now, look at this one here. Look at this, folks. This is a graduation of some new recruits, and Dr. Chang says JCF among the most advanced police forces in the hemisphere. No, I can't laugh at this, to be honest with you. I really can't laugh, because when you have nonsense spewed like this, people die. What about all the murders that are unsolved in Jamaica? What about the porous borders we have in Jamaica? That plane just flying and land and cargo and people disembark, offload, and we don't know anything about it. What about cocaine being found, and cocaine found, and we were told, okay, we're going to arrest some people, and we haven't heard anything about the arrest? How about all of those people who should have been arrested and the statute of limitations or abuse of process? I mean, look at this nonsense. JCF among the most advanced police forces in the hemisphere.
Which hemisphere, though?
Well, I tell you what, they must be the most loyal, because they're not getting good pay. So they must be the most advanced, and they're not properly remunerated. Chairman Rowan James should have something to say about this. He should have something to say about this. This is crazy. I mean, he's like, we don't want any help from the diaspora because we have the best, one of the best in the, let me see what I'm saying, so I don't misquote him, best crime fighting expertise in the world.
Yep.
And I guess because we have some of the best crime fighting expertise, that's why the prime minister made a statement that you can sleep with your doors and your windows open. I guess that's why he said that, because he had faith and confidence in the abilities of the JCF. Like you're right, Loxley, most advanced, least compensated. And we don't know, and I've said it before, that the cocaine that they found at the Ian Fleming airport, I said, watch, let's just keep an eye on it so that it doesn't go missing. And what they should do is continue to test to make sure the cocaine is not replaced with something else. So this is a joke. All right, let me move on to something else. Oh, Kevin, give me a corruption video there. Give me the four of them where we line up there. Give me a corruption video there. Give me the one on corruption first, the definition, and then give me the one on the prime minister after. Please. Yeah, give me. No, yeah, that one the first. And then, yeah. All right, folks,
Corruption
listen.
is a vile disease that sucks and drains.
I want you to listen to this definition of corruption and tell me if it sounds like he's describing Jamaica. Actually, it's a loaded question. I should say, tell me what country it sounds like he's describing. All right? But here we go. Listen to this.
Corruption is a vile disease that sucks and drains the health out of something good. Corruption in society is an evil moral infection that keeps community in the state of perpetual sickness. Corruption is a moral virus. It's so potent it leaves its host sick, lethargic, and unable to realize and accomplish all that a well person can. Where corruption thrives, poverty and not prosperity thrives. Wealth is grabbed into the greedy, grubby hands of those who get fat on the toil and labor of good people. Corruption benefits, only temporarily, those who participate in it. Everyone else is a victim of the theft, the deceit, the dishonesty, and the lies that corruption feeds on. You need to know that a corrupt person is stealing from you. Corruption is filthy work and despicable acts of treachery done under the table and behind closed doors. Corruption is a disgusting shame. Corruption keeps a nation back from true development and from progress. Wise investors steer clear of a corrupt environment. They would rather put their resources into a place where the playing field of opportunity is equal for all and not bent towards feeding the financial lust of corrupt, lying, cheating, thieving politicians and government officials. How many wonderful development projects have been lost because the investors didn't want to do business in a swamp of evil? When those great projects go to another nation or to some other place, we all lose. Believe me when I tell you that corruption steals from you, it steals from all of us. Corruption plunders the nation's wealth. Corrupt people compromise on truth, equity, and fairness, choosing instead to feed off the short-term benefits of crookedness, exploitation, and financial perversion. Corruption is not just a personal matter, it's a culture. It's a way of life, not just for individual people, but for companies, communities, governments, and nations. Corrupt nations, hiding behind large companies, will seek to invest in other weak nations in order to take over the assets of the nation that they've invested into. They will provide financial loans to a nation for the much needed infrastructure, and they will do it with assets that they provide. They will sign contracts by lining the pockets of rotten government officials who participate in this kind of corruption and are then held hostage by their own deceit and greed. Corruption is nothing less than a form of theft and national robbery. A corrupt person steals from everyone in society.
Okay. Kevin, give me, all right, so the next one, I don't know. Here's another video. Just pay close attention to what's being said, folks.
Jamaica has entered an unprecedented era of law-breaking by holders of public office and the normalization of wrongdoing. There are 5 main elements of my case against Prime Minister Andrew Holness. 1. Corruption referral and attack on the Integrity Commission. Let me first disclose that years before February 2023, when it became public that the Director of Corruption Investigation, the country's chief anti-corruption entity, the Integrity Commission, had made a referral of Prime Minister Holness to the Director of Corruption Prosecution. I was aware of some of the items in the charges, having been told of them by persons who had intimate knowledge of the matter. I was therefore surprised at the decision of the Director of Corruption Prosecution not to proceed to charge the Prime Minister. It is a stunning and not to be forgotten fact that the Director of Corruption Prosecution did not make a finding that the allegations of the Director of Corruption Investigation were unfounded. Her decision did not question the findings of fact made by the Director of Corruption Investigation. 2. Uncertified financial declarations. Corruption in Jamaica is exceedingly high. One form in which corruption manifests itself is the use of public office for illicit enrichment. The Integrity Commission Act, whose legislation was crafted largely during the Simpson-Miller administration and led in terms of legislative construction by Mark Golding, was designed both to make it harder for public officials to enrich themselves at the public's expense, as well as to strengthen the mechanisms for detection, investigation, and prosecution. The law also made it mandatory for the declarations of both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition to be gazetted and published after being certified by the Integrity Commission. Certification means, among other things, that the Integrity Commission is satisfied that there are plausible explanations for the origins of assets and causes of liabilities of a declarant, and that the wealth reflected by the assets has not been obtained through illicit means. For almost a year now, the Integrity Commission has been unable to certify the 2021 declarations of the Prime Minister. That fact should concern well-thinking Jamaicans. The absence of certification is not based on willy-nilly objections or bad mind on the part of the Integrity Commission. The absence of certification means that the Integrity Commission is not satisfied with one or more aspects of the Prime Minister's declaration and has unanswered questions. It is the duty of the declarant to satisfy the Integrity Commission. It is to be recalled that in addition to the non-certification of his declarations for 2021, he was late in the submission of his 2019 declarations, violating the law. 3. Investigations for illicit enrichment. 6 members of Parliament are under investigation for illicit enrichment, and there is every indication that they are all members of the Jamaica Labour Party. In the face of that startling fact, the Prime Minister has sought to place a gag on his cabinet ministers to prevent them from saying whether they are under investigation. I have tried unsuccessfully to ascertain whether the Prime Minister has stated unequivocally that he is not under investigation. There is no public reporting that he has so stated. So, what do we have? At one level, we have a Prime Minister who is the subject of a corruption investigation and then a referral for corruption prosecution. At another level, probably unrelated, we have a Prime Minister who is yet to obtain certification for his integrity declarations for 2021 as of August 2023. At a third level, we have a Prime Minister with 6 of his MPs under investigation for illicit enrichment, rather than moving post-haste to establish who they are and remove them, temporarily until the investigations are completed. The Prime Minister has sought to impose silence. This is a reasonable assumption, since People's National Party, the NP President, Opposition Leader Mark Golding, has asserted unequivocally that none of the 21 parliamentarians on his side had been contacted by the Integrity Commission as part of an illicit enrichment investigation. At yet a fourth level, we have a Prime Minister who has not declared whether he is under investigation for illicit enrichment. 4. Repeated violations of the law and the Constitution. No Premier or Prime Minister in Jamaica's history has had a history of violating the constitutions as this current Prime Minister, from pre-signed letters of resignation, with 2 rebuffs from the court, to attempting to place the Chief Justice on probation, to National Identification System, NIDS, and states of emergency, the last of which will cost taxpayers tens of millions of dollars based on the unconstitutionality of the actions of the Holness administration. It is my considered position that this Prime Minister poses a clear and present danger to Jamaica's democracy. These facts taken together render Prime Minister Holness, in my considered assessment, unfit to continue as Prime Minister, but we have a 5th reason. namely, the unconscionable 200 salary increase for politicians. In May of this year, government gave members of the political directorate salary increases of over 200%. Let us briefly survey the context of the country in which this cruel act occurred. Jamaica experienced a 51% increase in poverty over the 2-year period, 2019 to 2021. It is yet to be known what it is in 2023. Food costs have skyrocketed. Food inflation in November 2022 was over 14% above November 2021. In January 2023, it was almost 13% over January 2022, and July 2023, it was more than 11% over January 2022. In April 2022, the World Food Programme reported on research which found that 40% of Jamaicans had reduced their food consumption and 90% had changed their shopping behaviour. It is in the context of a society with these characteristics and harsh realities that the Holness administration gave a 200% increase to members of the political directorate. This increase, one member of the governing party, no less a person than the wife of the Prime Minister, has described as coming closer to a livable wage. And so, the question is, if it took a 200 increase to bring the members of the political class to a livable wage, how can it be fair for the struggling public sector worker, teachers and nurses to have been forced to accept a 20% increase? And if the 200% increase were justified and represented a great decision for the country, why did the Minister of Finance wait until the 20% was accepted that the increase of 200% for themselves was announced, given that he knew from the outset that this level of increase was likely?
Kevin, all right, one more, folks. Then we are going to discuss this.
And don't say, I didn't go to jail, I'm okay. Keep our system clean. Keep our system clean. How must our politics be if we're going to do that? First of all, they have to be honest. The politics have to be honest. The people have to be clean and honest also. If you are not honest, if you are not clean, if you have a black mark, whether people know it or not, please stay out of politics. And so we need honest politicians, and we also need voters who can tell the difference between people who are honest and people who are not. And I was very, very surprised yesterday that here on this spot yesterday to hear Dr. T. Sun Juan say, reputation is temporary, but character is permanent. I agree. I think Dr. Chi has every reason to know that character is permanent, doesn't change. We cannot have corruption in Singapore. We cannot have wrongdoing in the government or in high places in Singapore. That's why we have the CPIB reporting to me as PM, and if I don't give approval to the CPIB to investigate somebody, the CPIB can go to the President and ask the President for approval. President says yes, CPIB can proceed against the PM. That's why we have the Auditor General's office, to keep the government straight, to keep our statutory board straight, and once in a while to find out whether the town councils are straight or not straight. These are the PAP standards, and these also have to be the opposition standards. Just because you don't wear white doesn't mean you shouldn't be white or needn't be white. That's what is different about Singapore. I can show it to other people. Can they do it? Not so easy. That's what we must always keep precious in Singapore. So maybe that is why when Mr. Lee Kuan Yew had his 90th birthday, we had a little celebration in Parliament. And he was too weak to make a speech, but he came, he joined us in the members' room. We made a birthday cake, we sang a song, blew the candles, and he made a small speech. He talked about only one thing. He said, remember, keep our system clean. And I should note that that was not just PAP MPs having a celebration. That was all of the MPs having a celebration, including the opposition MPs. So the PAP MPs took note of what he said. I hope the opposition MPs also took note of what he said. Keep our system clean. You may be running the government. You may be running a ministry. You can be in a stat board. You can be in a town council. Doesn't matter. Whatever level you are, uphold high standards, keep it clean. And don't say, I didn't go to jail, I'm okay.
Okay. All right, Kevin. Give me the last one to Kevin. For Kevin there. Kevin, where there? Kevin gone left me. Blah there. All right, it's the last one now. Okay, here's the last one.
To be loved or feared? That's a good question. It's nice to be both, but it's very difficult. But if I had my choice?
Let's start.
My choice? Better to be loved or feared? That's a good question. It's nice to be both, but it's very difficult. But if I had my choice, I would rather be feared. Fear lasts longer than love. Friendships that are bought with money mean nothing. You see how it is around here. I make a joke, everybody laughs. I know I'm funny, but I'm not that funny. It's fear that keeps them loyal to me.
All right. All right, folks, we're back. We're back. It's fear that keeps them loyal to me. And that's, to some degree, what we're having in Jamaica, because people are afraid of speaking out. And so they just remain loyal, hoping that things will turn for the better for them. But it's not happening. I've said it. I'll continue to say it. The election season is here. Go vote. Vote, people. You stand on the shoulders of giants, people who died for you to have that right to vote. Go vote. All I'll tell you, I don't care who you want to vote for. All I'll tell you is that just vote for somebody who's going to make a difference in your life. Vote for somebody who has your interest, your family's interest, your community's interest, and Jamaica's interest. That's all I'm going to say to you. But vote. You're right, Angela D. Make it count. Go out and vote. And again, just make sure that you vote for somebody who's going to be useful, somebody who's going to be helpful to your community. Just make sure of that. All right. I guess people like the videos then. Herb. Yep. Oh, I saw there. Herb. What do you think?
I'm here.
Go ahead, I said.
No, the videos is in direct conflict with what's happening on the ground in the local space. It signals the whole idea of what we would hope to be democracy is actually something else happening, where those who are put in power, who as we speak is campaigning to have us vote for them, is doing exactly what these videos are saying not to do. The first video that you played that said, listen, prosperity is the actual opposite. It cannot exist while corruption exists. They can't They can't coexist. That put me in deep contemplation, because as a voter, I'm not speaking as an attorney. I'm not speaking as, this is not a political speech. This is as a citizen that's really trying to learn about what my expectation of leaders are, is to understand that, it's nice to talk about crime, it's nice to talk about ambitions to be like Singapore. But if corruption cannot exist with prosperity, then we are in a bad place. The videos though have pretty much painted a picture of what we need to change, why you are always asking for accountability, why you are always doing your ATRs and expecting answers which you're not getting. And even the stern warning that you have given, listen, don't let the limitation periods run out. And it's not enough that certain politicians would have resigned from their posts. If they are to be prosecuted, they are to be prosecuted. And it's not only when they're accused of some serious, heinous crime, because corruption is a serious, heinous crime. That's my general comment on those videos. All right?
Okay. Herb?
Look, the government has been using videos.
A little bit louder. Maybe you want to move closer to the mic.
Okay. The government has been using a series of videos to bolster their position. And their position has been totally indifferent to the opinions of the diaspora. Not their diaspora, but the overall real diaspora, as well as the people of Jamaica. The non-participation of the population of Jamaica in voting in the elections, whether local or national, should be a clear sign to them that the people are no longer listening. They are shutting them out, and they appear to be shutting them down, right? And the shutting down proof will be to see how many people they can motivate with their videos to come out and vote for them again this time around. Now they have to pray that the good people of Jamaica, the ones with enough sense, are going to show up at the polls and make a clean sweep of them and make a clean change. Because you can't have a third or less of the population voting, and that the government can pay money to have the majority of that third that votes put them back in power. As people who are God-fearing people and who are Christians overall, and they also participate as Jews and as Muslims in a system, it must appeal to them. And must appeal to them through religious means. That this cannot stand, that none of this nonsense that's been going on, and having a lying information minister ostracate everything that's been happening, it cannot stand. And the people need to speak up and register themselves and go and vote. And the 26th should be a clear sign that you're sick and tired of the lies, and you're sick and tired of the lying on their behalf. And send a clear message to them. Failure to do that, and you're just going to be sinking deeper and deeper, as we say, in kimchi. And it's not a nice place to be. And Jamaica, if you lose your tourism, if you lose the high ground that has been created by the hard work of so many of your entrepreneurs and of your sports people, you really need to examine yourselves and see if you can stomach any more of this stuff for another 5 years. Thank you.
Okay. We're just looking at the chat here. Somebody mentioned, okay, Malika said, if Jamaica law enforcement officers are the best in the world, why would they seek help from the FBI to investigate SSL? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. I don't know. Well, you know, the feeling is that the FBI is actually not there helping. You know, they're running leads, but they're running leads out of the embassy. They're not there like with a team of FBI investigators looking at this, because if they were, some of the things going on would not have happened. I can tell you that from my experience, unless the FBI has changed, and I don't think it has. The protest and announcement of the others. Last week, Dr. Francis mentioned that the next protest will be in New York on May 10th. I think May 10th is the Mother's Day weekend. It's a Friday. Now, my people, my New York people, my Connecticut people, my Jersey people, no, don't let me down. We have to show up and show out. Right? And show off too. We have to do all of the showing we have to do. We have to come out to show the government that we really mean business. And by the way, they just moved their offices. They just, well, no, they haven't moved. They put out the notice. They put out the notice saying that they're moving from 3rd Avenue. Those of you who are familiar with New York, they're moving from 3rd Avenue to 300 East 42nd Street, which is 2 blocks away, 2 or 3 blocks away from Grand Central Station. The beauty about New York is that it has great mass transportation, whether it's bus or train. So you can catch a train from any other, except for Staten Island. You'd have to take the ferry and come over. But if you're in the Bronx, Queens, Brooklyn, it's right there. Just jump on the train, and you're in Manhattan. You just get off at Grand Central and just walk 3 blocks down, 3 blocks like you're going to the East River, like you're going to the UN. And you know, when you come out of Grand Central and you're on 42nd Street, just make a left and come down, and you'll see the crowd. We need to get the support out there, and we need to, you know, let them hear our voice in unison. Now, in New York, you don't need a permit. You don't need a permit to protest, but we're looking into it because you do need a permit if you're going to use a amplification, if you're going to use a loudspeaker, and I believe we will. So we're going to get a permit for that, and we're going to notify the local precinct, let them know that we're there, because my understanding is that right around the corner there is the Israeli consulate, and there is constant protests going on around there. So we have to, you know, we'll have to, Dr. Francis, I'm sure he's going to make his phone call. I go to New York on a regular basis. I have family there. I have all kinds of things going on up there. So I'll swing by the precinct and just kind of give them a sense of what we're planning and what's going on. We've also reached out to some of the media houses and students, workers. We're reaching out to them, and they tell a friend, bring a friend. Yeah, we will have t-shirts, crowd control in New York. No, don't worry about the crowd control. You do need a permit, Ratty. No, we don't need a permit. Need a permit if you're going to use a microphone. But just to march, you don't need a permit. Unless if it's over 1,000 people, then they send you to Central Park. But I don't think, we're not looking for 1,000 people to convey the message. If we get 1,000 people, great. Catherine Daly, you're right. Number 4, number 5, number 6 train will get you right to Grand Central. You just come off and just walk 2 blocks. Come out on 42nd Street, make a left, 2 blocks, you're right there. And when we're finished, lots of restaurants around there. So if you have to use a bathroom, you know, the things that we had to plan for in Miami. And in fact, Dr. Francis had a group of people. I never met them. They were doing a whole bunch of logistics. And he was telling me that, you know, they have to, with bathrooms and with parking and all that stuff. You won't have that in New York. Let me see what else. MTA is always there. That's right. Loxley, you're right. Just about anywhere you're gonna, unless you're coming from Far Rockaway. If you're coming from Far Rockaway, it might be over an hour. If you're coming from Far Rockaway, it might be over an hour. But it's an hour on the train. Take the Friday off. You know. Let me see what else. Yeah, we're gonna have T-shirts. Big up Brooklyn. What's the time? We're gonna go from 9 till 1. And that's what we plan to do right now. So it's tentative. It's May 10th, from 9 till 1. But we're gonna go speak to the community affairs office at the local precinct and let them know what's going on. Random Epic Ninja, you're less than 10 minutes away. Good. Anthony R said, my girlfriend will represent me. All right. The easy jerk world, decent people will be there, so it won't be disorganized. No, the one in Miami wasn't disorganized either. It was very, as we said, legal. Number 7 train, yeah. Or even if you take the trains on the west side, like if you take the number 2 and the 3, it's just a few blocks over from 42nd, from down by Broadway, 42nd Street to go over there. It's not just and it's May, so it won't be too cold. Nice to walk, you know. Metro North from Connecticut, yes, my people. A news channel is right in front of the building. Okay. Malika will definitely be there. The number 2 train goes there. Yep. Yeah. Yes, my people. Somebody said, I think you'll get more than 1,000 people from New York. Oh, and by the way, for the CG, because I heard that she's very, very worried. And I know she's watching. CG, 2 names for you, and I'll continue to say them. Bryant Square Park, Cyberlock. You and I know what those 2 names mean. And we'll keep it that way. We won't share it with anybody, but you and I know. All right. I sat last sleep? No, I sat not asleep, man. Yeah, people, press up the like. We're gone 1,850. Sorry. Yeah.
You know that they're roasting me in the comments, you know, but I'm trying to, you need to tell them I'm jet lagged, you know, Mr. Ratty.
That's true. Well, some people are asking if you're in a foreign. So I said, I'll leave that to you. Make you tell them where you are.
Well, some people say if I'm still in England, I am in England, but I just reach here today and jump on the platform same time. So if I'm here for the people without KFC. But I'm here, I'm not sleeping.
Oh. LIRR, yeah, Amtrak. Prime Care say, what you know about Far Rock? I used to live at Beach 61st. The sea, right a few houses from the boardwalk. So we live all over the place, you know. All over the place. Grand Central, less than an hour from Brooklyn. Yes. David Webster, don't die. Unless I'm dead, I'll be there. All right. Come out in your hundreds and your thousands if you can. Let me see. The number 2 train takes you straight there from the Bronx. Yep. Wait, I work for New York people and Pennsylvania people. Oh, bus from Pennsylvania is a 1.5 to 2 hours. Yep, that's true. Shuttle. Yeah, the shuttle. You're right, Judith Thorpe. From 42nd Street on Broadway, there's a shuttle that you can take. From 42nd Street on Broadway, there's a shuttle train that will take you over to Grand Central. Oh, yeah. You're right. Random Epic Ninja. Yep. Hey, I start watching my people in my rollout, you know, Jersey, Connecticut, New York. Yeah, Patrick. Oh, you mean why not mention New Jersey? Patrick, I hope you bring your congregation with you, you know, Patrick. Because you have plenty of notice. I mean, I look for see you and your congregation out there. All right? So, yeah, Jersey, Northern Jersey, Central Jersey, on the rolling, please.
I have a question there, Mr. Rattigan. Why you don't want to come out in such large numbers to embarrass Jamaica?
No, we're embarrassing the corrupt politicians in Jamaica, not the country of Jamaica. We're highlighting that. We're saying Jamaica is a beautiful country. The people of Jamaica, they're wonderful, they're warm. What we're saying is that the leaders are not doing what they were elected to do. And so people are going to raise their voice in unison at that point. This is not against the people of Jamaica or the country. This is against the government of Jamaica. That's what this is about. White Plains Road and 212 up. Yeah. Hey, the thing turn up, man. Thing turn up. What is? Somebody say I have a somebody brought to my grandmother's house at the 32nd Street, Far Rockaway. Yeah, that's about 30 blocks from where I live. Yeah.
Oh boy.
What time is it going to start? I have to go to work for 2:30. Marcia, it starts at 9 in the morning and we hope to end it at 1 in the afternoon. But I will continue to give you updates as to, once we have these things hammered out. This is just what we're, preliminary right now. We don't think we'll have any issues, but we'll keep you, and we have plenty of time, so we'll keep you updated as we go along. And then also, Herb Nelson and Dr. Francis, they're planning the one for DC. That one is going to be turned up as well. The one in New York, I'm working with Dr. Francis and his crew because there's some people flying from Miami to come in and do something. So, yeah. Yes, Eddie, I see you. LIRR is right here in Grand Central. Yeah, so people coming from Long Island can jump on here. Metro North from Connecticut, and then they have the Patrick. Patrick, what the train again they take from to the tunnel from Jersey and come across? Colin Roach, Patterson, New Jersey. Labor Day come early in May. Yeah, no good. No, Labor Day is. Oh, okay. Oh, Jamaica government doesn't need any help in New Jersey Transit. Right, Patrick. Yeah. No, Patrick is the pastor of a church, a mega church in New Jersey. And Patrick is a very experienced diaspora member. And if you want to know anything about the diaspora, talk to Patrick. Him know everybody, him know everything. So we expect him to bring him congregation out there. And all the people in the nursing home and thing, make them get a day pass and bring them out there. Yes, everybody will get directions. Yeah, some don't need to give no directions. Everybody will get directions. Yeah, Midtown Tunnel, you come to that from Queens coming in. Or you can take the 59th Street Bridge. All right, so what else we have? Kevin, what else we have? Let me see where we are. Hold on there. Oh, the Magnitsky. Okay. We can just run through this. All right, hold on. What the one with the... All right, let me just start. Since we talk about corruption, let me transfer corruption index. All right, folks, take a look at this. All right. This is the corruption perceptions index. And this is an initiative run by Transparency International. It's well regarded. It is the gold standard to determine corruption or to identify corruption in 180 countries, I believe. I think it's down at the bottom here. Yeah, 180 countries. Now, they just came out with the score and the rank for 2023. And of course, instead of the government saying, you know what, we're failing at this, let's wrap our arms around this. Let's get together with the opposition. Let's get together with NGOs, the other organizations, faith-based as well, and let's just come up with a summit. I would love to see them come up with a summit and say, okay, this is how we're going to deal with it. But instead, what have they done? They said, oh, this is the best it's been. I heard a gentleman I heard it said by several people defending the government. And they're saying, no, this is the best. Corruption is the JLP government has handled corruption better than the opposition. They've mentioned that. We'll let the numbers speak to you people. We'll let the numbers speak to you. You can interpret it the way you want. Well, let's look at it. In 2015 was the last year that the opposition was in government. When I say was in government, they're part of government, but I mean they ran the country. Or as they say, a PNP-led government or a JLP-led government. So in 2015, the PNP was in power. The score is 41, and the rank was 69. Let me explain this to you. Anything under 50 is considered very corrupt. Anything under 50.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and remember, it's 180 countries. So in 2015, Jamaica was corrupt, 41, and they ranked 69 out of 180 countries. In 2016 now, because remember the JLP took power in February, I believe, of 2016. So they had it for pretty much for the whole year. Look at this. It was worse. 39. And Jamaica was ranked 83, the 83 most corrupt country. Right? Remember now, keep an eye on the score. Anything under 50 is considered corrupt. All right. 2017, we have to give credit where credit is due. The Jamaican government, the JLP-led Jamaican government improved. It went to 44. So the first year they had it, it dropped 2 points. The second year, it went up by 5 points. That's an improvement. We have to give credit where credit is due. So whatever they were doing, they got it up to 44. And between 2015 and 2017, that's the highest it's ever been. Because remember, the goal is to get past 50, not to be below 50. You want to be above 50. So they got it to 44. Look at 2018. That same thing, score 44. 70th most corrupt country in the world, right? So there's no change. Now, what we need to notice is, what we need to pay attention to is in 2016, when the JLP took over the government, the prime minister, and the minister of national security, they made speeches about corruption. They're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to fight corruption, they're going to blah, 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 blah. And yes, we were with them. But it went down. All right? It didn't improve. It got worse. And then they improved it in 2017. It remained the same in 2018. Now look at 2019. 2019, it dipped. It dipped. It went to 43. Remember, folks, we want to get to 51 and above, or 50 and above. And yet it dipped from 44 to 43. That's 2019. 2020, it went up by 1 point to 44. 2021 stayed the same. 2022 stayed the same. 2023 still the same. So now, folks, Jamaica is still a corrupt country. We all know that. But don't let anybody come and tell you that. Don't let anybody come and tell you that, oh, it's the best it's been. It's still below 50. It's corrupt. And remember, when they got it right here, 41. Right? So from 2015 until now, they've only improved it by 3 points. 3 points with all the money they spent. And if you don't forget that in 2017, this year, they established the Integrity Commission. And in 2018, it started functioning. And look what happened in 2019. The corruption index got worse. Then it went up by 1 point. Then it remained, and it remained. So don't let them tell you nonsense, people. Don't let them tell you nonsense. And if you don't believe me, just Google this. You can just go look at Transparency International corruption index, and you can look at all of the countries, and you'll see. So Jamaica is a corrupt place. Corrupt. Now, why do we think Jamaica is corrupt? Let me show you something. All right. that graph show that corruption is a staple in Jamaica. Yeah, but remember now, they were saying that they're going to strangle corruption in Jamaica. They're going to get it to a manageable level. And it's the same. And they've spent so much money on it. They spend so much money and it's still the same. Somebody's asking, what are they measuring? Okay, fine, fair enough. It's a good question. Let me just give you some of the things that they're measuring. Now, what I'm about to show you is a list of some of the corrupt, some of them they're not corrupt, but they're just unsavory activities. There's things that you don't expect from your politician, right? And keep in mind, folks, as I show this to you, that this is not the comprehensive list. This is a partial list. Partial list. Just keep that in mind. Here we go. Okay. Jamaican scandals, we call it, not corruption. We call it scandals from 2016 to 2024. And somebody, could reasonably say, well, why is it, why are you so fixated on 2016? I'm fixated on 2016 because that's when this government took over, and that's when we had the highest hope for Jamaica, handling all of these ills that we were faced with and we were dealing with. They came in with the promise to do away with a lot of the mechanisms, a lot of the things that cause corruption. And then in 2020, they made even more outlandish promises. And if you don't believe me, and we'll do a piece on that, you can go and you can look at the speeches made in Parliament. Beautiful speeches. Beautiful speeches. You're right, OT. You cannot then defend the indefensible. But some beautiful speeches. But then when you say, okay, you've made the speech, now let's look at your handiwork. Let's see what you've done. Show us the evidence. Here's what the evidence has shown. In 2016, there was a used car scandal for the JCF, and I don't think that they've gotten all the cars yet. I don't know. But
That's
that was
O'Brien's was the used car.
Right. With about used cars for the police. That's 100 million Jamaican dollars. And some of these that I'm talking to you about, I'm not even familiar with them. I got them from a report. Some of them, and in fact, you know what, folks? If you can think of anything as that happened in 2016, just put it in the chat. Because these are just some of the things, like I said, these are not, by no means should we think that this is the comprehensive list. This is just a partial list. So, Andrea, funny, call the speeches Khan's real talk. All right, so the used car. Then there's something called spectrum management. I've never heard of that. And it has to do with nepotism and cronyism. Then there was a debushing scandal where $606 million improperly awarded before parish council elections. That's 2016, right? Go to 2017. 2017, we had a scandal regarding FLA. Convicted criminals' friends granted firearms licenses under questionable circumstances. Junction Road, $1 billion spent, and road works may have to be abandoned. I think I saw something saying that they're going to abandon it because there's no way they can build that road through the junction going up to St. Mary. That they can't do it. Then there's a grant of milk powder, and that's one scandal. And then there's another one, Mombasa grass. I think that went to a minister's private property, but it was destined for somewhere else. 2018, Petrojam, everybody know about that, right? Perimeter fence. The fence was supposed to cost 26 million, but they said it cost they paid 96 million. Then there were fraudulent reimbursements in the amount of 73,000 US dollars. Then unnecessary consulting services in the amount of 27 million Jamaican dollars. And there was a retainer to a company called Main Event Entertainment Group, million. Then there was Derek Smith, I remember that name, 5-year consultancy, 37 million. National Energy Solutions, they paid $12 million to a company without a contract. EF scandal, I don't know what that is, 35 million for garbage bags. Here's 2019. Beach property valued at 13 million US dollars sold for 7 million. That's ours. Ours. And it was sold, it's valued at 13 million. And we sold it for 7. Where the rest of the money? What country we live in now where something valued 13 million and you sell it for 7? CMU, $50 million for personal use of school officials, 676 million of unapproved salaries. Then there were traveling allowance for 119 students in the amount of 95 million. Then you have nepotism, cronyism, $122 million per annum for 4 officers. RADA, 33 road contracts in the amount of $521 million awarded without tender. 2020, Minister with responsibility for land and environment tried to lease land bordering protected national park to build a private cabin and get the lease 25 years at 120,000 Jamaican dollars per year. Market Me contracts were awarded without tender in the amount of 55 million Jamaican dollars. 1,400 acres prime land signed over to romantic partner and son by an agriculture official. Prime Minister overturns NEPA's decision to not give Dry Harbor mining deal to Bengal Mining Company. What was behind his decision to do that, to overturn NEPA's decision? 2021, JUTC, sorry. 11 senior managers were found to be unqualified. And one employee's salary was raised 600% in 13 months without meeting qualifications. $15 million awarded for gala celebrations in violation of procurement procedures. First Rock, somebody just mentioned that a while ago. First Rock stock purchase involving 450 million Jamaican dollars. Dr. Grace McLean, remember her? That's a lady who they declined to prosecute for the surcharge because they declined to bring an action against her for surcharge because they said the 3-year statute of limitation ran out. The government didn't. And then people pointing fingers, Ministry of Finance pointing fingers over at Ministry of Education. And we just sit back and take it.
She had $124 billion missing.
Right. They said that she was missing. I think that went missing on her watch, but she was directly involved with disbursing 12 something million, 12 point something million, I believe. Then Clarendon Alumina Production, a Belizean company, received multiple renewals. I guess that was in violation of something. Customs, 664 million in arrears for 3 bonded warehouses. How could that happen? Heart Trust retreat. They paid $5 million for a retreat. I think it was at the Moon Palace. 2022, TPDCO, no feasibility studies for 11 projects worth $470 million. Ministry of Health and Welfare. Well, we know about a lot has come out since then, but here's one: $13 million to retrofit hotel for COVID for 1 year. And then there were absence of contracts valued more than $400 million. Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, my favorite minister, the government paid $43 million for that wasted effort for her to become Commonwealth Secretary. And I'm being told that the government normally doesn't sponsor a government official's candidature for higher office outside of Jamaica. But be that what it may, it's right there. 73 million spent on Green Acres police station, even though they did it in a flood-prone area. And I think we've seen pictures of that police station during a heavy downpour.
Flooded out, yeah.
Yeah. 2023, we have SSL fraud involving more than USD 300. I think it's 30 million. USD 30 million, not 300. And people might say, why the SSL? Well, the SSL, the government to some degree has oversight of the SSL. And then also remember the Prime Minister had money tied up in SSL and he withdrew it. He withdrew it before the whole thing crashed. Auditor General's discovery, again, I think that's USD 30 million, not 300. Auditor General's discovery of more than $1.5 trillion unaccounted for. Right? Then look at this. Here are some miscellaneous ones, some other ones. Missing fertilizer. And now we've had reports that the fertilizer, some of the fertilizer was sold. Not necessarily by the government, but there were people who you were only supposed to receive 2 bags. Each bag weighs 110 pounds. And we were told that some people get a whole heap of bag and them start sell fertilizer. Then we have the one China policy, which is causing problems with it. That is leading to the travel advisory. Then we have the bauxite where we have non-payments. And Dr. John, he's done a number of programs showing that the bauxite levy, it doesn't add up. Cornwall Regional and other hospitals, big problems. Here's one that ISAT is familiar with. SOEs, Constitution, human rights abuses, prisoners, people who get lost in the system, detainees, and the crime issue. NHT, you see advance payments for houses that now I guess the contract was rescinded because now the homes are being sold for much more than originally priced, and they're not being sold to NHT, they're being sold on the private market. And then there was a non-disclosure agreement. Farm workers, the way they've been treated overseas, particularly in Canada. The investigation of the Prime Minister when he was the Minister of Education. They talked about that in one of the videos. The Prime Minister's financial disclosures. The Speaker of the House, her investments, including the one in Lee's Flat, and the prosecution of former Speaker Dalrymple Philibert and former Junior Minister Leslie Campbell. Folks, there's a lot. It's such a small country. There's a lot going on. A lot. So, I really don't know what to say. Really don't know what to say. Herb.
Another key one that I'd like to point out is that in 2018, the Auditor General of Jamaica delivered a damning report on the operations of Petrojam, right? State-owned oil refinery that revealed for 5 years, Petrojam had reported a loss of over 600,000 barrels of oil worth over $5 billion.
Yeah. Right? And they said it was leaking, something like that, and they sent divers out, and they said, but if it was leaking in Kingston Harbor, you would have seen it.
Yeah, the oil would have flooded their harbor, right?
Right.
And Czech cleaned up the entire Kingston Harbor all the way back to Port Henderson. And they didn't find that oil. So it's a mystery as to what happened to. At first, it was 8 million barrels. Then it dropped to 800,000. Now it's 600,000. You had your hand up, Isaac? Oh, okay, all right. The other thing is, just this past year, the opposition asked the Auditor General to launch another probe into Petrojam's decision to purchase up to 1 million barrels of oil at US $120 a barrel, which resulted in a $5 billion loss to Petrojam. Right? So you ask yourself, why did they have to go purchase that oil at $120? You remember Petrojam and the $40 a barrel oil that they had access to? And because they wanted to play nice with the US, they stopped bad about Venezuela and held on to Venezuela's money, which is part of the profits Venezuela should have been paid from the Petrojam deal. Well, I don't believe Venezuela got the money yet.
They're suing them.
Right. And they can't go back to Venezuela and ask to restart that deal. So they're stuck buying oil now at $120 US a barrel. Right? So this thing is just out of hand. They have totally lost control of the finances. And I don't care what Minister Clark does. He can't keep coming on TV, juggling different balls to distract you, talking about other things except those things that are hurting Jamaica's economy. It's crazy. But, as a consolation, I can tell with all of my research that I've been doing, ISAT, there are 880 KFCs in London.
I'm up. You have my attention.
You can't find a KFC acting all dejected and everything else. You better
No, but I can tell you, one of the biggest parts of corruption is that with all the KFCs, when you're in Jamaica, sometimes you go there and the barbecue chicken turn up missing. So, I'm not surprised that at the corruption index. What I really want to say, and my question is really to assist, especially the listeners, the viewers, the comment section, to put into I don't want to use the word context, because I'm not show promoting, but to put in perspective what it means to be so low on the index. Really, because there was a celebration, and Jamaica is heavily divided, green and orange. So anything that sounds like good news, they say, you see, we're doing good, because the Jamaican standard is, I am doing better than the other party. So on a shut on them out. But what does it mean? Because it really is embarrassing that there's no movement. You know how they say, yes, unemployment is down because the window wipers, they're out and bad, and the call center workers and the BPO and I'm a green person, $13,000 a week. Of course, I'm gonna be happy. That thing that's going on, but just to put it in the in perspective, like seriously, what should we be striving for, and what does it all mean? Because it's years that this little thing on the ticker, we don't reach a number that can be satisfactory.
Well, you want to tackle that, sir?
You said something right.
Can you hear me?
No, I didn't hear you.
No. I was saying, do you want to make a comment on what, based on what Isaac just said? He was saying that, it has moved and people want to celebrate some kind of movement, any kind of movement, except downward movement.
Okay, let me let the people know this, because I think it's
you have to speak up, Herb. We cannot hear you.
in order for Jamaica to make a dent in these positions, and they keep coming up, in 39th or 44th or 41st. For them to go over 50, here's what they have to do. They have to end impunity. That means they must punish the corrupt, enforce the rule of law with a strong and independent judiciary and law enforcement agencies. The next thing they have to do is reform public administration and finance management, ensure transparency and accountability in the use of public resources, and reduce bureaucracy and red tape that create opportunities for corruption. Next thing they have to do, promote transparency and access to information, encourage openness and freedom of the press, and enable citizens to access and monitor information on government activities and decisions. And this is nothing new. I've been saying this all along, especially when the finance minister went to Walmart's and told the kids how he breaks down the budget. I said that was not sufficient. He has to put the budget and the various drawdowns online and let everybody see when the drawdowns are being made and to what end they're going towards. He has to empower the citizens, support citizen participation and engagement in governance, and provide them with the tools, just like I mentioned, and platforms to report and fight corruption. Close international loopholes, prevent the laundering and hiding of illicit funds in the global financial system, and cooperate with other countries to recover stolen assets. And then you learn by doing means monitor and evaluate the impact and effectiveness of anti-corruption measures and adapt them to changing contexts and challenges. So you have to be proactive in fighting corruption. You can't give excuses to the corrupt. And this is what they keep doing. They keep making excuses. And if you can't get your own prime minister to finally come clean and declare his assets and declare the source of all those assets, then you're a non-starter. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to get back over 50. So it could be that the prime minister by himself is the one that's impeding the ability of government to be transparent and to be accountable.
Well, the question is, what can we do to make a difference? Because if you listen to some people in Jamaica, they're saying, and I shouldn't say Jamaica, people here too, in the diaspora, they're saying, no, we should stay out of it. Leave, we don't live there, we don't do this, we don't that, blah, 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 blah. We should leave Jamaica alone. We cannot do that.
Yep.
We've been doing that for decades. We've been leaving Jamaica alone. And the country has been raped and pillaged by politicians of every stripe. Every stripe. But I'm focused on the ones that are doing it now. In real time. These are the ones I'm focused on. Anybody who would tell you that only one party is involved in corruption, they're not being truthful to themselves. They're not. So I don't buy that argument. But some people say, well, why are you so dead set against this government? And I said, the answer is in your question. Because they are the government. They are in charge of the purse strings. They make all the decisions. Look at the numbers in Parliament. The government can do whatever it wants in the House of Parliament. The Senate is a little bit different because it's configured by the Constitution, right? So that's a little bit different. How many JLP members, how many PNP members? But with the House of Representatives, that's completely different. That's done by the voters. You don't vote for senator. Right? Senators are appointed, but you vote for your MPs. And right now, based on the ratio, what is it? 49 to 13 or something like that, or 14, 49 to 14. Is that it? I think it's something like that.
Correct.
Yeah. So they can do whatever they want to do. They don't need the JLP members don't need the PNP members to do certain things because they have the numbers. So that's where my focus is. That's where my focus is.
So then, in a situation where, and the local government election is a mark of how the country feels about corruption index. I just think that Jamaicans on the ground are not worried about the corruption is the least of their problem because crime is a little bit more the focus. What would be a response if at the end of on the day of the end of the 26th of February, the JLP gets a mandate that says go ahead, continue what you're doing?
That's not going to stop me from doing what I'm doing. I don't know about other people, and I can't speak for them. But as long as there is corruption, as long as there's crime, as long as there's poverty, as long as there are unfulfilled promises, I will be there calling them out. And I will be doing my level best to get things rectified. So that's what I'm saying to you. The election, it doesn't factor in my calculus because whoever wins, I'm going to be on them. I'm going to
accountability. Yes.
So it not really matter to me who wins. I just want to make sure, as the gentleman said from the Prime Minister of Singapore, keep it clean. Keep it clean. That's what we want. Keep it clean. We want to get big raise now. So we don't have a thief. We really shouldn't have thief in the first instance. We want to get big raise now. So just take care of the people, man. Please take care of the people. So that's what we're going to end up doing. Anything else, Herb? And I said, because I have I don't know if I should do it now because I have we can do the Magnitsky, or I can go to the Integrity Commission Act of 2017 and go through that.
Hey, Will, before you do that, I just want to read this thing. Ronnie and Dennis Sutherland are brothers who are involved in the media industry in Jamaica. Ronnie Sutherland is the general manager of Edge 105 FM, a radio station that features music, news, and entertainment. He's also a former executive producer at CVM Television and Seprod Limited. Dennis Sutherland is a former business executive who worked as the managing director of Jamaica Beverages Limited, a subsidiary of PepsiCo. He's also a motivational speaker, and he authored a book, The Power of Positive Thinking. Both brothers are graduates of the University of the West Indies. So that kind of give you an idea that, I know I'd recognized them before, but I pulled that. There's more information, but it's just general stuff that they've been doing in Jamaica.
Those are the two people that we had the show with.
Yeah, the talk show with. Yes.
Oh, so we're brothers.
They're brothers, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And another thing too is that, let me just, for those of you who didn't watch that show on Thursday, one of the most common things you will hear when you start talking about Jamaica, people will try to distract you. They'll try to obfuscate the issue by saying, if you're talking about crime, they'll say, well, you live in America and they have mass shootings every day.
Yeah.
There are a couple of ways to deal with that. When they bring that to your attention, just tell them this. And you don't have to tell them I tell you. You can just tell them this. Tell them that, look, I thought the conversation was about fixing crime in Jamaica. Now you're telling me, we must fix crime in America or compare and contrast. No, that's a separate discussion. We're talking about fixing crime in Jamaica. If you start thinking about comparing and contrast with someone, you'll never get to the issue, which is fixing crime in Jamaica. That's number one. Number two is, I asked the gentleman, I said to him, what is the murder rate? Because since you said that they have mass shootings every day, and in the mall, people jittery and wondering, which I don't find that to be the case. But I said to him, what is the murder rate? Do you know what the murder rate is per 100,000 in America? He said, yes. So what is it? He said 7. It's actually higher than that. It's 9. What it means is that 9 people out of every 100,000 persons will be murdered. That's what it means. 9 out of every 100,000 people in America will be murdered. I then asked him, what is the murder rate per 100,000 in Jamaica? And he said 51. It's not correct. I think it's more high 40s, like maybe 48 or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's 49.
49. Think about it. 49 out of every 100,000 people in Jamaica will be murdered. 49 in a small country. 49 of you living in Jamaica will be murdered per 100,000. So every 100,000 people, you can just strike off 49 of them and just mark them dead. In America, you can strike off 9. So that's why when they come to you with this bogus argument and try making comparisons, you just tell them that, look, no, we're talking about Jamaica. We're trying to fix Jamaica. Let America fix itself. Let America fix itself. America has the resources. They have the technology. They have the personnel. They have everything. Let them fix their problem. We're trying to fix Jamaica. That's what we're trying to do. So that's how you deal. And there are many more arguments, but those are 2 of the most powerful arguments to use against them. And in terms of, I don't know if people saw this one, in terms of corruption. This gentleman here, if you play cricket, you would know, you must know him. Imran Khan. Jumped him. 14 years in prison for what? Corruption. And I think his wife gets some sentence to him. I think his wife get a sentence to. It says, Khan's wife, Bushra Bibi, second paragraph, was also handed a 14-year sentence in the case. And they were accused of both illegally selling state gifts. But see, people go to prison in other parts of the world, you know, for corruption. They go to prison. There he is. If you play cricket, you know him. Very good. Was a very good cricketer, Imran Khan. And Imran have a rubber sentence now. Right? Unless some court can get him out of it. Now, let me show you this now. Let me show you a whole heap of things to the boy. Kevin, thank you. I'm not for big up Kevin, you know. People, no big up Kevin in the chat, you know. Big up Kevin in the chat. Big up Kevin in the chat. I sat now and sleep, man, because we were finished early tonight. So, we have to make sure that Isaac get him sleep, you know.
It's after 11 now, Isaac, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, all right.
You eat, Isaac? You eat?
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, all right. Kevin, where you there? Kevin, on the big up Kevin now, please. On the big him up, big him up, big him up. I don't know where I'm there now. I don't see him.
Maybe Kevin over in London too.
Yeah, maybe Kevin there in the same hotel where I sat there. I sat him once when I go for breakfast tomorrow. And
we'll check if him there, eh?
Yeah. No, folks, I'm going to show you something. Look on this. This. Now we're going to Magnitsky. See this? Look at the date. December 12, 2023. For those of you who would say that Magnitsky is only for Russians, Magnitsky no work nowhere else. Look at that. U.S. names Haitian former legislators as being involved in significant corruption. And you know what they did with them? They designated them. Them 3 people there, visa gone. Assets seized from Haiti. Now here is Magnitsky right here. The sentence that says Washington said that in cases where there is credible information that officials of foreign governments have been involved in significant corruption, and we just go through a whole bunch of significant corruption in Jamaica, or a gross violation of human rights. I said know about that because they represent a lot of people who were unlawfully and unconstitutionally detained. And we hear the story about the man who spent 40 years in prison. People him just get lost in the system, and there are lots more. Well, I shouldn't say lots more, but there are more people like that in the penal system in Jamaica. So what it says here, if where there's credible information, and we have credible information that officials of foreign governments have been involved in significant corruption or a gross violation of human rights, those individuals and their immediate family members are generally ineligible for entry into the United States and must be either publicly or privately designated. That's Magnitsky. And it says that 2 of them were named for abusing their public position by participating in corrupt activity that undermined the integrity of Haiti's government. Does that sound like Petrojam to you? Does that sound like the Auditor General's finding that 1.7 trillion Jamaican dollars unaccounted for? Yeah? Does that sound like things going on over at the Ministry of Finance? Does that sound like things going on? Well, not Ministry of Finance, sorry. Ministry of Health and Wellness. Does that sound like things going on over there? How about Ministry of National Security? How about Ministry of Education? How about those things? We need to be looking into those things to see if we can confirm that there's corrupt activity. Some of them we know already, like the Ministry of Education. We know about that. And look at what it is said that as part of this action, very last paragraph, their immediate family members are also designated, including a minor child. Including a minor child. That's State Department. Right? So, let me just run through this. And then what happened is that, how should I do this now? All right. So let's go to, oh, all right. Let me do this first. There's a program, for those of you who don't know, there's a program in the U.S. State Department called the Global Magnitsky Sanctions Program. And they're on the lookout, they're on the prowl. And they're looking for people who are committing kleptocracy, corruption, and human rights abuses. And they're looking to designate them, take away visas, and seize assets. Here's you people who don't believe me, because I know my family members and believe me. So the people who don't believe me, here's a program right here. You can Google it for yourself. And then you can go right, they have the reports. The 2023 one is supposed to be coming out pretty soon. It's a global program. It didn't start out as a global program. It started out as a program against Russia, because there was a Russian lawyer Magnitsky, who came across massive fraud committed by Russian politicians. And they fling him in jail. He was sick. They didn't take care of him, and he ended up being beaten to death in prison. And so a group of organizations and individuals got together, lobbied Congress, and I think it was 2012. President Obama signed this thing, the Magnitsky Act, into law. But this one, the global one, came much later. That one was just for Russia. This one came in 2016. This one came in 2016, I believe. And let me just go down this, and so some people not really think say, well, we're just there at talk. January. This is this year, 2024. Look at this right here. They imposed sanctions on a former, not a current, former Guatemalan official for what? Corruption. Former. The man rob and gone about in business, and them imposed sanctions on him just last month. Right? Then I think in all they've sanctioned more than 300 people, the United States. Here's another one, December 2023. Here's one, April 2023, Haiti. That one is Guatemala. Russia, they have one against Russia. Bulgaria, Paraguay. Here's one right here. Treasury sanctions. Oh, you guys probably can't see it because the print too small. But here's the important thing, folks. Just Google that. Global Magnitsky Sanctions Program. That's the program. Now, here is the act. Yes, 2012. They passed it. And it was, Russian tax lawyer who was beaten in prison. Right? And it's all in the 18 people in 2013 that they designated, and they're all Russians. So some people thought, oh, it's all for Russians. Well, no, it's not. See all of these people? 27 blacklisting, Russia reception, oversight. And then former President Donald Trump got involved in it. Against Russia again. And here is the Global Magnitsky Act. Yeah. 2016. They passed it now. And now it's not just for Russians. It says Congress enacted the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, which allows the U.S. government to sanction foreign government officials implicated in human rights abuses anywhere in the world. Did somebody say Isaac Buchanan? I think they did. Because unlawfully detaining somebody for an inordinate period of time, that's considered a human rights abuse. That is one of the definitions. So I think we have a strong case against the government and others. Let me see. Here's another one. 2020, they sanctioned 11 individuals for what? For restricting the freedom of expression or assembly of the citizens of Hong Kong. So people couldn't talk freely and people couldn't assemble freely. The U.S. government said, we have a sanction or no. And that's exactly what they did. And some of them people, them visa gone, assets seized. There's one lady here, I think it's Carrie Lama, or one of them, where she has to do business using cash. She cannot use the SWIFT system, the banking system. She's banned. Right? So that's the Magnitsky. Just remember it, just read it. Magnitsky, it says that if you're involved in kleptocracy, if you're involved in corruption, if you're involved in human rights abuses, then the U.S. government can step in. Gross, they use gross. The U.S. government can step in, seize your assets, designate you, and take away your visa and leave you at home. Now, here's one that a lot of people I've never heard about. And for some of the people who heard about it, they really don't know how it works. Now, I've actually worked with this act overseas, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And again, Google it. There's the title right there. What it means is this, in essence, that an American company or an American individual, you cannot go overseas and offer a bribe for someone to do what they're required to do by law so that you can benefit. So, for example, you can't pay a bribe because you want a contract to do something. And so you go, let's use Jamaica. You go to Jamaica and you say, look, I want to get involved in the telecommunications business. And so you go to the minister and you say, listen, give me the monopoly on this business. Let me run this thing in Jamaica. I don't want any competition or any competitor. And I will give you X amount of dollars. Whether it's a one-time deal or it's a deal based on the size of the business or whatever the agreement is. Once you ask for that, once the American company asks for that, that company is subject to being prosecuted by the U.S. government. Just go Google that, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And it says it right here. I mean, it's very wordy, but it's trying to capture all of that. It says it prohibits the willful use of the mails or any means of instrumentality of interstate commerce corruptly in furtherance of any offer, payment, promise to pay, or authorization of the payment of money or anything of value to any person, while knowing that all or a portion of such money or thing of value will be offered, given or promised directly or indirectly to a foreign official to influence the foreign official in his or her official capacity, induce the foreign official to do or omit to do an act in violation of his or her lawful duty, or to secure any improper advantage in order to assist in obtaining or retaining business for or with or directing business to any person. So that's what it means. I can't go to Jamaica and say to a minister, listen, I'm going to give you some money and I get a contract, or I can give you some money and you look the other way, or I'm going to give you some money and you look this way, or give you money. You cannot do that. You cannot pay a minister to do what the minister should be doing or shouldn't be doing, right? But here's a problem with the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. It looks to what the American is doing. So it says, if you go to Jamaica and you get involved with a company, make sure that you don't offer a bribe. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act doesn't talk about the other side of it, because remember, for a bribe to take effect, you have to have somebody offering it and you have to have somebody receiving it. The Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, it only talks about somebody offering it, the American offering it. So there was a loophole. Well, guess what? That loophole was closed last December, about less than 2 months ago. And here is what closed it. This act, the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act. So what it says, although bribery always requires a giver and a receiver, U.S. anti-corruption efforts have traditionally focused almost exclusively on the giver. Right? Now, with this, what it says is, if the Jamaican asks for a bribe from the American, or even if the Jamaican doesn't ask for a bribe, the Jamaican minister or official, if he or she doesn't ask for a bribe, but they accept it. So the American shows up and says, listen, minister, I'd like you to do this. And we know it's a bribe. It's a bribe. Says, I'd like you to take this bribe. Once the Jamaican minister accepts that bribe, that Jamaican minister is subject to being prosecuted by U.S. authorities. No, you know who are wear the real long pants. Because there's no way Jamaica would have passed a law like this saying that if a Jamaican go to America and blah 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 blah, and an American do this, then we going to prosecute an American. No, and that's why I tell you about geopolitics. That's what I'm trying to explain to you folks. that the one China policy is going to kill us because we. And Tim Campbell said, Mr. Cliff may finally want to be on this program. You have too much dub plate. Now bring ice that with me when we go on. Bring ice. Bring ice that. Ice that are the artist, you know. Ice that are the artist.
Ready.
Yeah, but see, that part of it was always, you know, it was never prosecuted. So now what the American government is saying that, and I'll read it to you. It says Section 201, 18 U.S.C. Section 201, make it a crime for any foreign official or person selected to be a foreign official to corruptly demand, listen to what it says, to corruptly demand, seek, receive, even if you don't ask for it and you take it, receive, accept, or agree to receive or accept directly or indirectly anything of value personally or for any other person or non-governmental entity from any person or domestic concern, as those terms are used in the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And violations are punishable by a maximum penalty of 15 years incarceration and a fine of up to $250,000 or 3 times the amount of the bribe. So you see what's been done now. You have the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act where the American company is prohibited from offering the bribe. If they offer the bribe, and whether the bribe is accepted or not, if they offer it and the U.S. government finds out about it, then they'll prosecute them. Now, under not the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, but the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, they're saying if you, the Jamaican official, ask for a bribe, or if you didn't ask for it, but the American says, I'm going to give you a bribe, and you accept that bribe, you are liable to be prosecuted by the American government. Right? So, we know some of that are going on in Jamaica. We'll get to it. Here's another one. This one is this is the Canadian version of the Magnitsky, right? It's called the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. But let me just, they've modified it a bit. Let me go back now. All right. Here it is right here. It says a foreign national is responsible for or complicit in gross violations of internationally recognized human rights against individuals in any foreign state. Any foreign state. It also says a foreign public official or an associate is responsible for or complicit in ordering, controlling, or otherwise directing acts of significant corruption. A foreign national has materially assisted, sponsored, or provided financial, material, or technological support for, or goods or services in support of, an act of significant corruption by a foreign public official or their associate. So the Canadians, under this act, they can actually go after Jamaican politicians. Google it, people, and read it. Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. So they can go after you for corruption. They can go after you for human rights violation. Here's another one. This one is called the European Magnitsky Law. This is the EU. The difference is that the EU law, it goes only to human rights abuses. It doesn't speak to corruption. But it follows the Magnitsky Act. I won't read all of this to you or go through except to explain to you that the European version of the Magnitsky looks to only human rights abuse. So again, ISAT is on the case. All of those people who were unlawfully detained for an inordinate period of time, all of those who have been detained without being charged and they're in prison for years and years and years, the European Magnitsky Law will address that. And what it means is that they can't come to Europe. They can't come to Europe. So if they find that the Prime Minister is involved with states, is involved with states of emergency resulting in human rights abuses, then he's going to be prevented from flying into Europe. And his assets will be seized. So that's that. Now, here's another one. This one is the UK version of Magnitsky. It's called the Criminal Finances Act. And it's the same thing. This one has to do with, this even deals with unexplained wealth. So SARS. I mean, it's a lot, people, but you just have to apply your mind to it and understand that this is what we have to do in order to get justice for Jamaica. This is what we have to do. We have to search, find these laws, and petition these governments, produce the evidence. And in fact, I'll tell you this, that a lot of these countries, they already have the evidence. But they just need you to come and press the button to show that you have some interest in it. And now is the right time, because China is going to allow us to get access to where we probably wouldn't have gotten access. That one China policy. So that's where we are. But remember the names, folks. Just Google them. Let me go back over them. First one. Well, the first one is the granddaddy of them all. The first one is the Global Magnitsky Act. Because just if you say Magnitsky refers to the one that was passed in 2012, and that was aimed at Russians only. But the Global Magnitsky, this one is for everybody. And you see, they have a program in the State Department. So we asked the question on the thing today. We asked the question as to, let me see. We asked the question, beware, it was a statement, beware of Magnitsky. And this is for the crooked politicians. And they also go after people of influence, not just politicians or government officials. So that's the first one, Global Magnitsky. Then you have Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. Then you have this other one, Foreign Extortion Prevention Act. Those are all American laws. Magnitsky, which is this one, Magnitsky, that's an American law. This one, Global Magnitsky, American law. This one, Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, American law. This one, Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, American law. This one, Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Canadian. This one, European Magnitsky, speaks for itself. And then this one, Criminal Finances Act, UK. Familiarize yourself with them, folks, because we're going to ask you to help us. And if you find any more, because we're still looking, if you find any more, please send them to us. Because we had a meeting yesterday, Herb and I, and we are coming up with a plan now before the next protest to go and sit with members of the Organization of American States, State Department, Congress. And we hope to start having those meetings sometime this month. No, man, Don, them can't hide the assets then, because here's what happened, Don. Gone are the days when you could have just take the money, or people walk with suitcase full of money. Everybody do wire transfers now. I want you to touch the American system, which most banking transactions will. It's called SWIFT, the SWIFT system. It's a permanent record. And you know, they don't want their money in Jamaica. They don't want their money in Jamaica. And I will tell you this, we don't know where all the money is, but we have a pretty good idea where a lot of the money is. We have a pretty good idea. So, and then, you know, we see where, again, the Asians, they just use that against them in December. So, All right, let me take this off. All right, we're back. I don't want to keep going on too long. I think I'll just go till it's Kevin time. Because if I start doing this, if I start doing the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while.
Let me say this before an interesting case here. We spoke about this a while back. Two plaintiffs, Kathleen Davis and Marjorie Knox, filed a complaint in a Florida court back on 19 December 2019, alleging that defendants, Kingsland's Estates Limited and others, violated the Magnitsky Act by engaging in a racketeering scheme to force them to sell their shares in a Barbados company for far below market value. The defendants moved to dismiss the complaint for lack of personal jurisdiction, but the motion was denied by the trial court a year later, November 2020. The defendants then appealed to the Florida 3rd District Court of Appeal, which reversed the trial court's order in June 2021, remanding the case with instruction to dismiss the defendants from the action. The plaintiffs filed a motion for rehearing en banc, which is still pending as of 31 January 2024. So I guess what they're saying here is that you can actually, I guess, if you have standing within a state in the U.S., whether it's New York, Florida, wherever, you can file cases against people in Jamaica under Magnitsky Act, and the court will give you a hearing. Is that what this is saying, Mr. Rattigan?
Yep, Magnitsky is a powerful, powerful tool. It's just that we're not using it, and we can't depend on the. We shouldn't depend on the U.S. Government to act unilaterally. I mean, they've got a lot of things going on, so we have to bring it to their attention and say, look, we are Jamaicans and we're concerned about the state of affairs in Jamaica. There is poverty there where there shouldn't be poverty. So much money is flowing into Jamaica, but it's not going to where it should go. And so we want you to take a look at all of these things, and where necessary, designate people, seize the assets, and revoke visas. Now, I'll do another segment and sometime in the future, and that segment, this is all about. This is more administrative stuff. It's more because nobody's going to prison here, right? If you love coming to America, then you'll probably feel like a prisoner staying in your country. But nobody's going to prison. But there are some statutes where people will actually go to prison. And we're going to do a piece on that. We're going to provide you with that as well. But one step at a time. You know, we don't want to bite off more than we can chew. So we'll just go ahead and we'll just deal with this and then go from there. What I'll do is, I don't want to keep Isaac much longer, because I look tired and everybody.
No, you know, I don't know if I can interject here. You know, while I'm on the live, they're reporting in Jamaica that Justice, former President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Dennis Morrison, has died, and I'm just trying to hold it because, you know, that it hit me heavy. Because you don't want to learn from the news when these things happen. So it really, yeah. So I'm here, but my brain isn't here because I'm at a loss for that. So,
all right, you know what though? Here's what because people and people forgive me because I don't listen to the phone as often as I should. It's a shortcoming. I'm trying to do better. I will do better. But in the meantime, I'm going to open up the phone line because I'm sure you have things you'd like to say, and I don't want to stifle you. We want to make sure that you have, you know, the freedom. Well, you express, you know, yourself on the program We're not going to ban anybody unless, of course, people start using curse words or starting, getting carried away. Then at that point we will. But the phone line is open now. Let me put the number on the screen, and we're gonna shut down pretty soon because I don't want to. Let me see some. Okay. There's a phone line. The phone number, actually. See, a lot of people. All right. Phone line is open. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. If we don't hear from anyone within a reasonable period of time, then we're just going to close the phone line. There we go. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Oh, hang up. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll just leave this out because this piece here, the piece with the Integrity Commission and the Prime Minister, this is going to take a while because I'm going to go through it section by section and open up your eyes. Open up your eyes to a whole lot of things. Just to show you some of the loopholes in this law, and to show you how some people have not complied, and where the IC just dragging its feet. Hold on one second. Yeah. Yep. You say people are sending out for condolences, I said.
That one is a heavy one, I can tell you.
Did you know him well?
Justice Morrison is one of the biggest reasons why I'm an attorney now. He taught me. He's family.
Okay. All
family.
Right.
But
all right. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Hello? Hello?
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Yes, good night.
Good night.
I'm calling from Florida.
Hey.
Good night to this is Sharon, right, Ellis?
Big up yourself, Sharon.
Ratty. Waterhouse, me a Waterhouse. It's too, you know.
See him so.
Amen. I'm just calling to ask you, do you hear about Dale Wright from Florida here? He's Andrew's cousin.
Dale Wright?
Dale Wright. Dale Oldness, I mean, sorry. Dale
oh, yeah. I've heard of him, yes.
You hear of him?
Yes.
You know, you have a daughter, right? That they said that she robbed up the COVID money here and she went to prison.
I think she's in, she pled guilty, I believe, or was she found guilty?
She was found guilty, yes.
Okay,
there.
all right.
So I didn't hear nobody talking about it, so I was wondering if you knew about it, you know?
Yeah, you want me to talk about it?
Oh, yes, because, you know, it run in the family. Waterhouse, right? Ellis, Jocelyn Ellis.
No, say your father.
Yeah, man, I'm a father, man. Ellis.
Big up, Mr. Ellis. And
yeah,
man. Which part of fire you come from?
West Bay Farm Road, man.
Oh, like you're going to capture.
Yeah, man. My brother them was the OA and he was the captain for the Waterhouse football team.
Which one, Great West or Waterhouse?
Waterhouse football team. He was a captain for Waterhouse football team back then.
Okay. So,
Oh, well.
hold on. You did show up for the protest?
Huh?
Were you out there for the protest? Come to remember, see, you out there for the protest?
I did. I couldn't come out because I had to work. I work night.
All right. Well, I tell you
And it
what.
was,
I tell you what.
yeah.
Don't worry yourself, because round robin style we are doing now. So we are come
Yeah,
back to
next
Florida.
time. Yes, man.
And get your friend and family, everybody to come out, you know. We know the
Yeah,
CGL listener, I'm worry, you know, because him know say we are come back, and we know him now look forward to that. But it is what it is.
Yeah, because I think, maybe because of it kept on a Friday too, a lot of people was at work,
No, I think what happened was that we got the Dr. Francis got the permit, I think 10 days before the march itself. This time will be different. This time, you know, like for example, New York, right? We're what 2-3 months out of New York, so people can actually go to them boss and say, hey, listen, I'm gonna take Friday off May 10th. And the bosses won't have any problem with that because you're getting plenty of notice.
Right.
And if you're working a man, you don't have to take off the whole day. Just take half a day. Just come in the morning, do your thing, and then head out to work.
Well, I'm in Florida, but I have a lot of family members and friends and so in New York.
Well, talk to them, make them know. Say I'm May 10th. I'm from 9 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
All right.
I will do that. Yeah, man.
All right. So you what? Big up yourself. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the call, and stay sweet.
Sure. You too.
All right. Yeah, man. Yes, people. The phone line opening now. So calling, I'm making you wanna think. Hold on a second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan, me calling from Dallas.
Dallas, one of my favorite places. Yeah, man.
Big up your crew, same way,
Well, I know my crew, the whole way at the same level, So at the whole way at the same rank the whole way of, man. So I know my crew. I feel with crew. Man. Yeah, man. We are work for the people in my Jamaica,
Understand, man.
Yeah.
Understand that still, but consider still do something with the Texas crew now. Well, for Jamaican there,
All right. So what you want to do? You want to come down and come protest? So talk to me,
Yes, man. Me link up some crews here, but I'm just going to make you know, say Texas people ever watch same way,
Okay. All right.
And
well,
then,
big up the people in
Houston.
Yeah, big up Houston and San Antonio and Dallas. Them places are my place too,
Yeah, man. We can't work that same way, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to link up because we have some local organizations same way down here,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, we link something up still, but I can't make you know, so you have people that watch you from all over the place.
Okay, that's nice. Nice to know. So the message I get out,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, my brother.
But when we link up some things, me get back with you, yeah? But you help everybody for me.
Yeah, man, no problem. Take care of yourself.
All right, then.
All right.
Yeah, man. Do the same.
All right. You don't forget to mention, Isat and her, forget to mention about the 750 million loan what Jamaica get from IDB, World Bank, and one for COVID. Yeah, and them can't get an accounting for it, and the poor people shall get the money, and them have to end up, them and them children and grandchildren have to pay back that money, and them never get it, even though it was destined for them. So yeah, that's another one I will never put on. Thank you. I will say that in the chat. Somebody mentioned it. Oh, Tony Barrett. Yeah. Thank you so much for that reminder. We shouldn't even be reminded about that because it's so much money, but that's what the thing said. Them and the Dallas people, the big up on themselves, on the soon see me. We have a brethren down there. Go and bring him up on the program. I retired, not a former ex, a retired FBI agent. Great person. I'm going to bring him on. He was on the program a while back. I'm going to bring him on.
Just to be clear, he retired and he wasn't discharged dishonorably. You have to make these things clear so the people in Jamaica don't go out and just say the wrong things and spread misinformation.
Misinterpret.
All right. No, let me. I did say that. Thanks for reminding me, Isaac, because I did say I'm going to explain the difference, right?
Yeah, please.
All right. People, and I've seen it happen so many times. The FBI, they're very protective of their brand. Now, is the FBI perfect? I will tell you, no, it's not, because it's made up of people. But if you look at the policies and you look what they're trying to achieve, you can understand why they're perceived a certain way. But it's not perfect, because remember, we're recruiting from the general population. So you see a neighbor we not like because they have an attitude, that attitude that go be in the FBI. But they do a very good job of trying to limit the amount of bad apples that they bring in. I mean, they put you through an extensive background check, right? Now, I've seen them walk people out. And here's how they walk people out. Them no waste time. I mean, once something they do, if you're accused of something, you won't even know, because they might follow you, they might watch you, they might do all them things there. And then one day you're at your desk and you will just see two big neck man come and just say, all right, get your bag. And that's it. And then walk you out of the building. You don't get to turn off the computer, you don't get to go in your drawer for nothing. Them just walk you out, and then them come, them pack up your things, go through your computer, and then them ship your stuff off to you, or somebody will drop it off at your house. That is when you are a farmer. That is when you become a farmer or an ex-FBI, because you never get to retire. You are unceremoniously walked out of the building. And when you start walk out, everybody will know what happened, because they must see them two big neck man behind you, and there's a certain look you have, you know, when pressure reach you, you know, especially in the workplace, and you walk out, and everybody would know. I mean, people, them just say, yeah, the brother get walked out of the building, and them just come for you, and them, no question, them just say, get your bag, you're out. Now you have to go appeal and get a lawyer and do whatever you need to do to get back into them good graces. Most people will not come back. Hold on 1 second, please. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good now, Portmore, Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I would like to greet the three panelists tonight, and especially our youngster, I thought. I have gone through a lot of your marathon programs.
Yes, ma'am.
Quite informative. I do it piece a piece like you recommend. And give thanks. I thought, thanks for doing what you're doing. You have continued, Luther continue, especially from you as a youngster. Now for the young people that you bring on, breath of fresh air. Thanks is a ray of hope. I'm part of the senior citizen group. And so when I listen to those young people talk, I said, well, all is not lost. Give thanks, and you all take care. Herb, you seem to be a quiet storm, you know. Sometimes when I hear you make some comments, I shudder, because I wouldn't like to be in Andrew Holness and his school's position when I listen, especially to you. Rattigan is more forthright, you know, but you say it calm, but you know, say you're like a concrete block when you're ready to buck. So you take care.
You know
My
what?
human rights brethren give thanks.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, take care.
Blessings.
Yeah, she's so right, man. She's so right. She's probably a psychologist. She's probably analyzing the program,
Yeah, what can I tell you?
Yeah. Yeah. So as we're saying now, somebody said call the minister. Minister must come in and listen to the explanation.
One second.
Yeah.
Just give me continue.
Yeah. So what happened is that when you've done something wrong, when you're accused of something, the FBI they don't just get rid of you like that. They do. I won't go into some of the things that they'll do, but they'll do a lot to confirm what it is that they're trying to prove. And once they have the evidence, and you won't even know. So you just, you cannot prepare for the way that they'll come at you if there is an allegation that you're doing something wrong, because they protect brand FBI with ferocity. They will make an object lesson out of you if you try to destroy the brand, because they want to remain the elite law enforcement organization in the world, and They'll be damned if they let somebody come in and mash that up. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Chicago.
Hey, Chicago. Is it cold and windy up there?
Well, it's winter.
There you go. I like your attitude.
Winter, but it's cold.
I like your attitude. It's winter, so it's supposed to be cold. All right.
Supposed to be cold.
Yes, sir.
The question and my concern is, with the election around the corner, are we supposed to be voting for those 6 people on the government side who are suspects?
Well,
we do not know who they are. So are you telling me that the whole government are suspects?
No, the 6 people, they're supposed to be, I think, MPs. So this election is a local election. It's not the general election. So you're not voting for MPs the next election. The one that's called next will be the general election, and then you'll be voting for them. Hopefully by then we will know who these people are. And I agree with you, so that people don't end up voting for people who are accused of illicit enrichment.
We cannot vote for criminals.
I understand what you're saying.
What we are trying to do in the diaspora, it would make sense if we are going to vote for criminals. So we need to get these people out there so that we can, make a good decision.
Well, we just have to wait for the Integrity Commission to do its job. The annual report is due March 31st or sometime thereafter. They have some leeway, so we're waiting with bated breath to see what's gonna be included in that report. Now, I read somewhere that a report was submitted a few weeks ago to the speaker, and nobody knows exactly what's going on with that report. But everything will unfold in the fullness of time, and they can't hide these things.
Okay, forever. I'm hoping so. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, my brother. Take care of yourself. Stay warm.
Nice.
Yeah. So
but the caller's making a good point, Ratty. Think of this. The Prime Minister messed up when he was at the Ministry of Education, right? And he knew, he had to have known all these years. And so does his counterparts would have known that he was giving away these contracts to his best friend. So when the Integrity Commission finds out 15 or more years later, and they don't prosecute, the Integrity Commission finds out, and they fail to prosecute, then it's on the Minister of Justice, the Minister of National Security, and the rest of these ministers to show that they respect the laws of the country and that they want to enforce those laws. But they failed that test completely. And now they're trying to cover up for 6 more people who are illicit. Maybe those 6 people have 4 people, including their local government person, that is in cahoots with them, and we'll never know because we don't know who the 6 are. So he has a point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point he raised. Yeah. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen because, like Minister Delroy Chuck said, it shouldn't take them that long. I don't know why it's taking the Integrity Commission that long to, one, certify or not, or just come out and charge the Prime Minister, if that is the case, if you can't certify it. And that's why next week I'll get into it because we don't know where the investigation is with the Prime Minister because it could be in the complaint section. It could be in the investigative section. It could be with the commission. It could be the corruption prosecutor. We don't know. And there are different provisions governing, how to treat that case. So we don't know. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
New Jersey.
Yes, New Jersey. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Will. I just want to support you guys. You guys doing a tremendous job.
Thank you, sir.
Yourself, Herb, and the crew. And I just want to continue doing what you're doing because about the first time anybody from the diaspora and do anything like this, really. Try to bring light to what's happening in Jamaica. And it's very important that you guys continue to do so without any fear or favor, because it's really telling the truth. And you're going to have opposition, We're a team that we're a country that have two political parties. You vote for who you want, but the truth is the truth, and you can't dilute it.
There you go.
It's what it is, And right now, I hear the Prime Minister talk a thing yesterday about caring for the people, coming from the people, and stuff like that. And to me, it's so laughable, And it's unfortunate that you give a guy a job, and when they do something good, it's almost like you have to, jump up and say, "Great job." When truth and in fact, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what we put you there for. So when we find out that you're dishonest, we're gonna call you out. If you do something good, kudos to you. But the bottom line is we've been suffering from. Put it this way, to be honest, corruption didn't start yesterday, but these guys just take it to a different level, and they don't care, and they feel like they're untouchable. So what you guys doing, I do applaud it, and just continue to do what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Hey, I hope you show up for the May 10th protest. Tell your boss, if you're not self-employed, tell your boss that May 10th, Friday, May 10th, that you're not coming into work.
No, listen. Let me tell you this, man. Those another word, man.
All right, my brother. All right.
Much
brother.
respect.
All right. Take care of yourself. All right. Yeah. So, like I was saying, when they walk you out, that's when you become an ex-FBI agent or a former. No, you have some people who they leave. The attrition rate in the FBI was like 4%. Yeah. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan and panel. I'm calling from Georgia.
Yes, sir.
This thing, you have not spoken about the NHT and the NDA, but I have a question on that. Since the NDA was signed, they have an agreement based on what the court put out, right? This is public funds from taxpayers. Wouldn't that be considered a crime? To me, it is more serious than what it is, because there may be more than one agreement of such, because the money was given to his friend and it's a private entity. And why is we're not getting more advanced news on it or something? Because to me, the Prime Minister is involved in all of this. And this is money coming from taxpayers' pocket going into the NHT and not the government funding the NHT. Maybe yourself or maybe Isaac can talk more about it, but to me, it's a crime that was committed.
All right, that's an interesting point you raise. The NHT, correct me, Isaac, or Herb, isn't that one of the 19 agencies within the portfolio of the Office of the Prime Minister?
Prime Minister, OPM. Yes.
Right. So the point the gentleman is raising is that, hey, the Prime Minister is involved to some degree because it's within his office, and there's an allegation that there was a non-disclosure and the money was given to a private person, and then the houses weren't built, and now we don't even know if we're going to get back that money. And isn't that?
I think the money was returned. I think what it is just the disclosure, the openness of it, but that it was returned.
No, would that be considered a crime in Jamaica or no? Or would that just some?
No, I just think that the issues that surround it is whether there was the usual tendering and winning the contract and yeah, and I mean a lot of we are aware that a lot of this house building and the promises was a part of the mandate or a part of the manifesto and all of these houses, and so the amount of houses that was returned and whether the person who had actually been given all that money had the capacity to produce. So it's not necessarily a crime as much as it is, and I think NHT in this particular situation would have, I don't even know if it's a time will tell. We just have to watch it and monitor it. But
so it's a matter of integrity. transparency.
It's not only integrity, it's just, do we just sit by and say, oh, these things happen, wow, here we go again, and all is well in La La Land? I don't know. It's just...
ISERV said they only returned some of the money in a settlement agreement. There was some settlement agreement, but the entire sum wasn't returned. Was it 650 million, something like that?
Yeah.
Right. I hope that answers the question. Nick, go ahead. Caller,
normally,
hang up and listen to the answer, and next week we'll try and do something on it. All right?
Okay, Rattigan. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, sir. Take care of yourself.
Okay.
So, you see in cases like that, if you hold on to $650 million down payment for a year, I said,
yes, I'm listening.
Where's the interest on the money that you now owe to the government? Because if government had held on to your money, you'd be asking for interest.
Well, I don't know the terms of the non-disclosure. I don't know the reasons why it wasn't completed. We just don't know. That's why these things need to be made public. And it's offensive that a government agents would sign an NDA.
Well, and therein lies a problem. People are
that's
saying,
really what it is. Like that, it's not their money. It's not the government's money. It's the people's money.
Right.
Yeah. That is where once again we have a lapse in judgment. We have a lapse in terms of these words that they like to throw around: integrity, honesty, probity. But more than that is accountability.
Well, we're sitting here watching. Says all the money was returned plus 20 million. So.
Very, very well. It doesn't change that the NDA. That's why I said without all the facts, the problem is that I think the issue is the NDA and nothing more. Yeah. But right. I did say earlier it was returned.
All right, caller. Good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
From Virginia.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, I'm calling for let y'all know that y'all doing a fantastic job, man.
Thank you.
Big up on yourself. Keep up the good work.
Well, look, we can only continue to do it when we have people like you supporting us. And I tell you what, we not only thrive on people lauding us, but when we make mistakes, we want people to call us too and say, listen, you make a mistake, and so you need to correct it. But I tell you what, we're going to take the congratulations we give it tonight, because I sat kind of laid back and things like that. So I think this will kind of boost him up a little bit. And we certainly appreciate the comments.
Big respect. Big respect. Keep them.
Yes, my brethren. Thanks, yours. I'll take care of yourself.
Keep the fire.
Yeah, man. All right.
All right. Listen.
Cool. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm in Florida.
Yes.
Isaac.
You want to talk to Isaac? Go ahead.
I'm listening.
Let me say good night first to you, Herb and Isaac. Isaac, money was returned, but by whom? Who returned the money? Was it an insurance company or a bond that they purchased that returned the money, or was it the contracting firm that returned the money?
The terms of the non-disclosure is what we don't know, and even NHT was saying that they need to be allowed to disclose it, and I don't know. We just don't know. I wish I could answer that.
Hold on, Isaac. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was asking, where did Andrew Holness work before he got into politics? Because
where did the Prime Minister work before he got into politics?
Yeah, because I think the politicians are using politics to enrich themselves, and the political system is a system where you offer up yourself for service to serve the people. So where did he work? Because apparently he was 26 years old when he won his seat, and he has held on to that seat since then. I don't see anywhere where he worked. I see where his wife worked a couple of places, but I don't really, unless he was in college and maybe he didn't work until he was about maybe 26 years old. But Isaac, could you also tell us who paid the money back? Was it the company that did the bank, that local bank that they purchased the bonds from, or was it the developing company, the company now that's selling those same properties for more than $12.5 billion? And if the company did not return the money, are they going to keep that money? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Those are very good questions, and I just wish I knew the answer to them, but I don't.
Yeah, they're good questions. Yeah, but it's I mean, Jamaica is so content rich. It's unbelievable. I mean, every couple of days you open a newspaper, there's something there that's troubling. Having to do with the government. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Oh, Mr. Rattigan, I'm calling from the sunshine state of Florida, you know, Minister.
Oh, you make me feel bad, man.
Well, as usual, I must say good night to the man who loved to. I think she's in KFC, you know. Anyway, good night to Sir Isaac and Sir Herb. I just want to say that this program have been, you know, a very nice program. It's been very informative and everything like that. And you know, you guys keep up the good work.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
sir.
night, everyone.
All right, my brother.
All right, blessings.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Ratty. I'm calling from Georgia.
Hey, where in Georgia are you calling from?
Yeah, Andrea here, man. Let me tell you something. I'm so proud of your panel. I'm proud of Isaac, yourself, Wayne Lonesome. Somebody had to take it to them, and I'm glad you guys stood up for Jamaicans. And I'm telling you, I put in the thing. Any day you say you're ready for run politics, me left America and come vote for you. You know what I'm saying? Everything ready for my country. Yeah, I say it with a passion because I love Jamaica. I grew up, I've never voted because I was young when Michael Manley was prime minister. But that man made me had uniform to go to school, had everything I needed. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so them come and destroy his name, then I guess history said it straight. But I'm telling you, I'd like to see a Jamaica like that again. I'm telling you. And you guys stand for equal rights, justice for Jamaican. And that's why I can't miss you. I can't miss Wayne Lonesome. And I can't miss Isaac. Trust me. I love you, Herb.
Thank
you.
Blessing.
Yes.
All right. Take care now.
Appreciate you.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah. Oh, by the way, people, remember now, Isaac's program, Context Matters, Thursdays from 5 to 7. I will be on this Thursday, and we're all going to support ISAT. We have Herb will come on at some point, and the other folks that are doing the things that we're doing to try to get Jamaica to safe harbor. We will be on ISAT's program. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good night, Ratty. Calling again from Florida.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say whether it's AM and or PM for ISAT's program also. You say 5 to 7 AM or PM?
Oh, no, sorry. 5 to 7 PM.
Okay, good. Regarding this issue of the non-disclosure and the NHT, it's not just that they return the money with a 20%, 20 million extra. What's out there in the public also is for people to think about the preferential interest that that developer may have gotten in that loan. So you have to compare what the market value is going to be after the sale of those properties and how much money they're going to make off of that loan, and see whether or not it was a good investment of taxpayers' money. And whether or not it was a good investment, was the return on investment something that should have been looked at, compared to whether or not that money could have been put to better use. Because if you're going to sell the property and you're going to make $60-70 million, why are you just paying 20 million?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
So it's more than just saying, oh, you know, the NDA and the money was repaid, and they paid an extra 20 million.
Okay.
Was it at a preferential interest rate that they got?
Right. You're saying that they should pay whatever interest rate they made on that money. They should give it all of it to the NHT back, and it may have been more than 20 million.
Right, but not just that. The interest rate perhaps should have been higher. If it you know, you could have calculated that.
Oh, I see what. All right.
Yeah. If it's way below market interest rate, or a reasonable interest rate, if it's below the interest rate that they really lent this money at, then you will ask the question why.
Okay, that's a good point. Never thought about it like that. That's a good point. Look into it.
An awesome program. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir. Take care of yourself. Have a good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, I'm calling from the other side of the globe, and I will be making my way on the 10th of May, me and 3 others, to Manhattan for the demonstration.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
Great. Anyway, I'm trying to rebound some of those calls that call. I want to shore them up. One of the call, the guy asks about the 6th and regarding the election, and why their name is not being sent out there, because I heard the Prime Minister say he's passing on how many million to the MPs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And some of those MPs would be the 6 as well. Why still giving thieves money?
Well, look, you raise a good point, but here's and I don't wanna answer for ISAT, but I think ISAT wearing his lawyer hat would say, whatever the Integrity Commission, whatever they say, whatever they recommend, it's an allegation. It's not proof. You get proof when somebody is found guilty or the person admits to it. But until then, it's just an allegation. And so, so you have to give them, you have to give them all of the freedoms that an innocent person is entitled to. Almost so nice.
Yeah, but that is too
long. 100% correct. They are cloaked in the presumption of innocence, and they deserve it like everybody else. It's a part of respecting the Constitution. No, they're not. They're accused of something, and whether or not, and we've seen the Prime Minister be accused and recommended to be charged, and then the person with prosecutorial power says, "Oh, the time passed," and make that go on. So it's one thing for the Integrity Commission to say something, but it's another thing for where the prosecution goes. For instance, look how long we've heard. It was probably last year. We've heard Miss Dalrymple was guilty of something, and then nothing has come of it.
Her family also involved.
Carla, hold on a second. Isaac was just finishing his explanation. Hold on 1 second. Let him finish.
Okay.
Go ahead, Isaac.
I was saying it was last year that the former Speaker of the House was accused of something by the Integrity Commission. She resigned, and that was it. Is she going to be prosecuted? We don't know. What comes from it? So I'm sure she's still an MP because she didn't resign, and she has to serve her constituents, and she's entitled to the money because no prosecution was laid, no charges laid against her in that capacity. So we have to be careful that the country doesn't stop running because of allegations. And maybe you may very well be surprised that all 6 names, when they're called, not one of them prosecuted. And that is the corruption index that must be fixed.
Okay. Another thing, housing trusts. What are, if any, because you have a lot of people in the States that can still contribute in Jamaica to National Housing Trust. With the money from America going there to contribute for that, what kind of help can America give to these people in bringing a case against the government for losing their money like that?
So I think that there is a reimbursement scheme where you can recover your money from NHT. I'm told that that's happening now. So maybe we need to kind of we're talking about NHT, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I think that's something. It's not in terms of public education on how to reclaim or ask for reimbursement. That's probably something that some contributors need to know access, because some of us are never going to use the contribution and or not eligible for it. So a refund is a scheme that I see going on. People have been collecting, so maybe that's something we need to delve into more so that people can access funds, because we see what's happening.
Right. Does that answer
Hope that was helpful.
Yeah, well, that answers my question. There's no point. It's not about the refund, but that was not what people intention to put money in that contribute for, was to achieve the benefits by getting a house as well. And if
But
you're not able
I'm glad you said that, because there are some of us who will never get the benefit. There's some of us, notwithstanding, we won't be qualified, because some of us already have homes, or some of us parents already put us on titles, and just some people that ended up forfeiting that right for whatever reason. And so the contribution, just like education tax, is for the development of the country and not necessarily the individual benefit. So we're paying taxes to assist our fellow citizens. So we ought to be concerned when the money is mismanaged or misused.
Okay. All right, caller.
Okay, that's enough. I can do that. So see you there.
All right, take care of yourself.
Yeah, good.
All right.
Mr. Rattigan, I reached my threshold. I asked him to be excused.
Shop 8 o'clock, because then Kevin is gonna leave and start his program at 8. But if you have to go now, that fully understand.
No, man, I weather the storm. If not, it's not. It's fine.
Storm. No, man, it's quiet storm.
Tonight on Reason, whatever. Quiet storm.
Yes, indeed. So like I was telling folks that that's how you leave. Now when you serve, when you do your 20 years and you reach 50, then they confer status on you, and they call you a retired FBI agent, not a ex. And I was gonna say, just because you see ex or former, it doesn't mean that the person was fired. Some people leave because they have better opportunities out there. Caller, hold on 1 second, please. Some people leave because they have better opportunities out there. But the FBI, when I joined in 2017 and when I left, when I joined in 1987 and I left in 2017, the attrition rate was still the same, meaning that it was 4%. So 4% of the people who joined will leave before retirement. 96% of the people who join the FBI will stay until they retire, whether it's early retirement, whether it's 50 or they stay past 50, but 96% of them will stay. Caller, go ahead, please. Welcome to Reason, Mr. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Pennsylvania.
Yes, Pennsylvania. All right, I expect to see you May 10th. All right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead. Talk to us.
All right. Good night to you, Isaac and Herb.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm a Jamaican citizen, and I don't really like how my country going. I was there in Christmas visiting, and to be honest with you, Jamaica gone.
Gone.
The reason why I say Jamaica gone is like some little 10, 12-year-old kid, all they on their phone doing, chopping line. Everywhere you go, that's what's taking place. And I'm very sad about that.
Yeah.
One more question I got for Mr. Isaac, right? Is when the JDF and the constable, when they go and make them raids, right, and then get all them guns and stuff like that, what become of those guns?
You mean when they recover them, when they seize them?
Yeah, when they seize them and get them out the street.
Oh, what did they do with them?
Yeah.
I don't know. Herb, Isaac, can you answer that question? What happens with
that's a question for Google Gaga. What system is in place? Because where is Wayne? Anyway, but yeah, that's real. That's the real question we should be asking our Google Gaga that, because that's a really good question.
Commissioner about that, or the Minister of National Security. What happens with the weapons once they're seized? What do they do with them? All right. You have another question, or that's it?
Yeah, and and my next thing again, back in the days, like when if they go like some guys going to rob, you notice like maybe one guy's be having a gun, one be have a knife and a machete. But nowadays, if 4 person going to rob somewhere, all 4 got a gun.
Right.
So from my knowledge, I'm thinking like maybe those guns that the officer taking off the street, they're going back in the street. I don't know if I'm wrong. That's just me.
Some people have made that argument. They've said that, and I've heard stories, but I can't independently prove them, that some of the weapons seized, they're back on the street, they're being sold. You have corrupt police officers involved, but again, I don't know if it's true, but the rumors are out there.
All right.
Caller, here I thought it was the people from the diaspora who were sending the barrels of gun, Herb and Ratty.
Yes.
And all you people in the diaspora, instead of send KFC, you send in gun, you for tap it.
Good night, Carl. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. I'm calling from Georgia.
Yes, sir.
You know, I think Miss Dalrymple was pushed out. She was pushed out to make Andrew's wife be the speaker.
Why you say that? Why do you say that?
They have their remember, the Integrity Commission said how much politicians were involved in corruption. She was the only one named as a politician, right? And she had to resign to make Andrew's wife take over. And I think they did that for a reason. I think they did that to cover up the others. You know, just my little piece. But
Okay.
That's what I think.
All right, that's an interesting thing view. Man, you guys are beating me up today. I never thought about that one. Yeah, I never thought about that one. But it's something. Look, it's something we're considering. I mean, there could be some truth to it, but I don't know for a fact, and I've never really.
No, none of us really know. But it just to me,
right?
It's just look funny. Why was she the only one named?
Well, let me just add this though, in defense of the Integrity Commission. Months before that, they had submitted a report with the name Leslie Campbell, former Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Yeah.
And he was just one name, I think. And then a few months later, then the speaker's name came up. So there have been cases where they've submitted reports for a single individual.
And up till today's date, and nothing gone to court.
That's
Neither with
correct.
Dalrymple or Leslie Campbell.
Yeah, I'm getting a report that the former junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, he has a trial date. I think it's May 1st.
Okay.
Cannot confirm that, but as far as former Speaker Dalrymple, I haven't heard anything. And then when I contacted the DPP, she said she doesn't know if there is a case against any of them.
And how could that be? It's funny.
That you're right. You're right. You think that if anyone in Jamaica would know about the status of these cases, it would be the DPP. But she said, she said she don't know. So
because she's in charge of every court in the land.
She's a chief prosecutor, right?
Right.
And these cases are high profile cases. And so she said,
definitely.
Yeah, she said, look, I don't know about those cases. So
if nobody else knows about those cases, she should know.
I agree with you.
Well, let's see what's happening.
All right. I'll keep you posted.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Be well. Bye-bye.
Hey, Ratty, according to the JCF, seized weapons are stored securely.
I can hardly hear you. I don't know if it's my...
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The JCF is saying that seized weapons are stored securely and subjected to ballistic testing to determine if they are linked to any crimes. The weapons are also registered in the Integrated Ballistic Identification System, which is a database that allows for comparing and analyzing ballistic evidence. The weapons are then presented as exhibits in court cases against the persons who were arrested or charged in connection with the seizures. After the court proceedings are concluded, the weapons are destroyed by the JCF in a controlled manner. The JCF has reported it destroyed over 2,000 illegal firearms and over 27,000 rounds of ammunition in 2020. That's the last report that they had of.
All right. So for the caller who asked that question, I hope you heard the answer.
Yeah.
It's that they run ballistics checks to make sure to see if the weapons are connected to other crimes, and they're used as evidence. And when the case is over, then they're destroyed in a controlled manner. And then Herb also gave you the number of weapons destroyed last year, along with the number of rounds of the ammunition. So that's where we are. Somebody said, show a video of the story. No, they don't believe nothing, no, they said, no, they said, them have to show me which part them destroyed.
Well, we're gonna have to get Google Gaga come on and give an answer then.
Yeah, I don't think.
Ask Maria to get it to come out.
I don't think we're gonna get the Minister of National Security or the police commissioner to come on and answer these questions. In fact, you know what? I would love for them to come on, and I wouldn't ask them any question. I'd just say, look, come on the platform and then talk to the people. I'll just introduce you. I won't ask any question. You know what? I'm putting it out there to the Minister of National, all of the ministers, including the Minister of Information. Come and inform the people. Right? I won't ask any questions. I promise you. I won't ask any questions. I will just introduce you, and I'll let you talk to the people in the chat and on the phone line. I'll let you talk to them, and I'll just sit back and just listen to your answers. That's it. I won't ask any questions because I don't know. They think that they're afraid of. They're afraid of my questions. They should be afraid of the people I'm looking at right now in the chat. They should be afraid of their questions, and the people in Jamaica, the people calling on the line, those are the questions they should be afraid of. Them people are much, much brighter than me.
Yeah.
Call a good night. Welcome to Reason.
Well versed.
Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Ratty. Calling from Colorado State.
Whoa, long ways away.
Long ways away, man. And I feel like I'm missing all the fun, because nothing is taking place in my neck of the wood.
Well, you might have to come join us, man. You should come and join us. Well, you have plenty of time to come join us in New York,
Yeah, man, that's why I'm thinking about it. I called up a friend of mine there and, asked me if I'm familiar with the area, and he said yes. So I'm thinking about the tent, yeah, for sure.
Make it happen, man. Don't just think about it. Make it happen.
Yes, man. And I must commend you and you and the team. Well, all of us. I try to tune in every Saturday. I'm Joseph Richardson, anyhow.
Okay.
I saw you big me up a couple of weeks. I did that today too, so
okay.
Much appreciated.
Yeah,
but the question I want to ask, right? If we the people are the boss of the politicians, when they go to campaign, and when them have, well, I'm not sure about their town hall meetings, but when they go to campaign, why some of the people don't have some list of things that they want them to see them to do and go up on the pulpit and or stand up there and ask them about it, so they can give an answer, other than them going up and talking all kind of nonsense and them blowing, the horns and one tongue with a knives, and I don't think they really get the message. What do you think about that? Don't you think the people should have an agenda to bring to them at those campaign meetings?
Let me turn that over. I have a response, but let me turn it over to Herb and Isaac and get their views. And then, so listen, we expect to see you in New York, May 10th,
all right,
between 9 and 1. All right, make your arrangements to be there. We're gonna look out for you, All right, and then you can have up now and listen to the responses. All right.
All right, I will.
Cool. Mm-hmm. All right.
I said. Can't hear you.
I'm not dumbing down the question, but it's almost every time you want to ask your MP something serious, you get a box of KFC and a shirt. And by the time you eat the chicken, them gone. So you have to do it again the next 5 years. And sometimes you get a rather ID and you get go on the plane and you go on to Canada and you now come back. So you don't really get for remember what you need for set to them. So sometimes you don't even remember you're them boss. Like you want to see you want to see the prime minister, you go cuss him, and you know the getter, and then him just say every getter youth is a star, and you just feel nice again, and you forget what he was gonna say. And that's my response to that. That's what happens, really, truly.
Look, if our people here in our audience heard that the prime minister was coming on this program, I know that they would have some questions that he might get upset, like he did with the college student in Jamaica, who not just asked him questions, but defined what he was saying to others. And I know if you come with that attitude, that you can define the activities of this government, or any other government for that matter, and try to set a standard and hold them to that standard, or let them promise that they're going to meet that standard and give you the methodology to speak to them online or some other methodology, at least monthly. You could hold their feet to the fire. But they're not going to do that. He runs between the constituency and he runs to the college, university, then he runs down to the high schools.
Hold on, caller, hold on.
Next thing you're going to be running to is the elementary school. I understand these people. They don't want to answer a straightforward question and they don't want to be analyzed. So they run to a simple minds that they can control.
All right. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night or good morning. Where are you calling from?
Hi, Mr. Rattigan. We're calling from London.
Okay, so it's what's it? It's morning. It's after midnight there, right?
It certainly is.
Okay. Well, welcome to the program. Thank you for staying up. So I just want Isaac to know that he's not the only person up listening to the program, although he's participating. But here we have
certainly not. Certainly not. I want to say, man, a big thank you to you guys, man. You're certainly.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yes, I want to say you guys are a trailblazer, man. Mr. Herb, I said we're here, man. I want to say, Mr. Rattigan, thank you so much for your tenacity, man. You're a great guy, Mr. Lonesome. We big up you guys every time, man. We are right beside you guys with every energy, with all our effort. We are right behind you guys, man. You guys are a great asset. In fact, let me say, you guys are, I would say, like national heroes. And I hope sometime to come, you all will be in the history book. The things that you all done, nobody had ever done that before. Yeah. Nobody had ever held the government accountable or attempt to do that. This is history.
Well, I tell you what's also history. You are also on the cusp, on the verge of making history, because there will be a protest in London. And
we will be there, man. We will be there.
There you go. It will be you're going to make history too, because it's the first time that you're going to have a protest of diasporans against the Jamaican government at the High Commission in London. So
please, can you keep us informed? We would love to know what the time is and when it's going to be, because we don't want to miss out on that.
You believe me, you won't miss out on it because we're gonna keep you informed.
Okay.
All right. But again, thanks for staying up. Thanks for the call, and you take care of yourself. And please pass on our regards to everyone.
We will do. And Isaac, we are in we're not far from Central London.
All right.
All right.
Very well.
Yourself now. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reese Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia.
Yes, Philly. Philly in the halls. I know so Philly I go there in New York May 10th. And Philly I go there with full contingent. Am I right or am I wrong, Philly?
You're right, man.
All right, sir.
I call you a couple of months ago. I want to talk to you about something. Half the year, and may I try to get you from then, but
no, Philly, you know what? I apologize to you because usually when the program done, we just turn off the phone. I'm not bother with it again. Every now and again, we would go through. I apologize to you. It's my fault. But here what got now. Now I'll keep the phone on. So you see when the program done, link me like about an hour after the program done. All right?
May I take your word for it, you know?
Then I have the phone, man. You feel me? I not let you down that time, man. I have it with me.
More you pass on a message to me to Isaac.
He might listen to you, you can't tell him.
No, make him not want to talk it on the ear.
Oh, okay, all right. Call me later then.
Don't disappoint me now, you know.
Philly, never keep the we have a wrap up at 8 o'clock, Philly. All right, Philly, call me 8:30.
All right.
All right?
All right.
We talk. All right, cool.
Yeah, man.
Let me just say that the people are asking about the DC march. The DC march, DC protest, not Nelson, Francis. He is working with Herb on that. So they'll come up with a date, and then I will be part of the supporting cast for that one. So we'll keep you posted. But I think that one is gonna be, I think, sometime in June. June is Caribbean month. And I think the last week of June is legislative week for Herb's NGO. It's called the Caribbean Studies Institute. And I think they want to do something that week because you're going to have a whole bunch of Caribbean events going on. So I think they want to do it that week. And that's going to be in front of the Jamaican embassy in DC. So stay tuned for that. Herb will confirm that. Freedom. Big up yourself. I see where you say I forget the questions if the Prime Minister and anybody come on. Since I've made a pledge not to ask them any questions, that I should forward the questions to you. But Freedom, you don't need to know that. You don't need me to send no questions because all I want to listen to the program, I want to do the research. I don't know what I want. Know what I want. And like I said, you see tonight I get stumped. A lot of people ask me questions and I can't answer them. That's how life goes. I don't know the answer to everything, but Freedom, me know say you know the answer to a whole heap of questions, so you can deal with them. And the last one was whether or not the constituents should ask the politicians questions so that they know who they're voting for and all that. And Isaac was saying, when them get the chicken and the T-shirt or whatever, them, by the time them finish, the politician gone. Well, my thing about that is that's why we have a program like this, right? Because a lot of people out there, they're not educated about the issues. They're educated about a whole bunch of things, but they're not educated about some of the issues that we're raising. And so we're trying to increase their knowledge. We're trying to make them aware of everything that's going on so that when they sit with the parliamentarian, them can eat and talk at the same time. Them not get distracted by the food because them come with issues upon their mind. So them can go and eat the chicken leg and still ask questions. But more than that is what you do with the answers. How you process the answers, what you take away from the answers, and how you will react to the answers. We are trying to get people to the point where they become critical thinkers. They're not robots. And so they'll be informed voters. So when a politician tell you, come around the election cycle and tell you stuff, you can go back and say, but wait a minute. The last time you came here 3-4 years ago, you told us the same thing, and we don't see a change. So therefore, we will have to make a change. And once you start exerting that kind of power, the politicians, I guarantee you, they're going to shape up. Because if they don't shape up, you're going to ship them out. But as long as you keep taking the chicken and the money and you forget what happened the last election cycle, they will continue to do it. There's no reason for them to change because the formula works. And remember, the number one rule, the cardinal rule of every politician is to get reelected. Whether them come for thief or them come for help, is to get reelected, because without being reelected, you can't do none of them things. But your job now is to find out who come for thief and who come for help. And you make a decision based on that. So I hope that answers the questions. We have 10 minutes left, people. You can take a few more calls, and then that's it. Don't forget, tomorrow at 3, Waterhouse Vibes on YouTube. And then at 7, it's Wayne Lonesome's regularly scheduled town hall meeting. I will be there. Herb will be there. Our sister Maria will be there. And then on Thursdays, from 5 to 7 on Reggae Global Radio and Facebook, ISAT. Well, ISAT is the host of the program called Context Matters. And we will be there with him, supporting him, listening to your questions, listening to his presentation, making an input. So you're going to be, by the time you listen to, you listen to Waterhouse Vibes, you listen to Reason with Rattigan, and then also Jeffrey Tavares, he has his program to Make We Talk. If you listen to all of those programs, by the end of the week, believe me, man, by the end of the week, you're brilliant, because you're going to get a variety of issues. Oh, don't forget Jamaican Carlos as well. We have Jamaican Carlos. He provides a view as well. And I hope I didn't leave anybody out.
Bigger.
Oh, Tigo. Yeah, Tigo. Yeah, the host in grooming. We got to talk to him and say, look, you need to come on and do one of the program thing. But Tigo, me know you listen to me. Tigo don't want to come on, man. Tigo prefers to stay in the background and offer him suggestions and just like Chris, them prefer to sit in the back and things like that. I tell them, say, no, man, come out and make the people them see, and make the people them hear you. But in the fullness of time, they will come out. But for now, you just have me, Herb, Lonesome, Tavares, Carlos, and Mystic. Somebody said Andre Stevens, Mystic Sensation, and who else? Who else did I miss? ISAT, and I think that's it. That's it. That's a good group, of people. Good group of people. Just tune in, and like I said, just tune in. But when you tune in with a critical mind. Listen and ask questions. Don't take what we're saying as gospel. Just listen and ask yourself the question. And if you don't feel like calling and asking, then have somebody else call and ask the questions. Because this is also a learning experience for me, because you ask me some questions that I can't answer them. But it's going to stimulate my thought process now, and it's going to stimulate my interest. So now I have to go now and start looking for things and start talking to people to get an answer, so that the next time you ask me that question, I'll have an answer for you. Because at the end of the day, it's about educating people, making people become critical thinkers, and having them become informed voters, because that's the only way we're going to change Jamaica. Once the politicians realize that people now come out of them slumber and they're serious and start asking the right questions and start taking the right action, that's when you're going to see something happen. And then, by the way, and if you guys, OBC Radio too. But if you keep doing, there's another one, Win TV, and if you guys just keep doing what you're doing, we will do what we have to do, because it takes all of us to make the change. So we will continue with the lawsuits. We will continue with the public relations campaign. We will continue with the background investigation. We will continue with the protest. We will continue with the engagement with donor organizations and donor countries. So we are applying the pressure here. in Jamaica need to start applying some pressure. Or up Jamaica, you should invite Marvin Edgar. Tell Marvin reach out to me. I will take, look, anybody wants to come on the program, it's a free country. They can come on. I have no issues with it. Tell them, give me a call. If they don't want to call, I'll call them. And then we'll go from there. We have 6 minutes, people. I have time for one more call before we start go around and
Before that call, an update to a question asked. The former Speaker of the House. She was before the half-a-tree court on Wednesday. So there is movement in that matter.
Which one? Run that by me again.
We were inquiring about the charges in relation to the former speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And it said that she did her matter was called up in the half-a-tree court on Wednesday.
Okay.
So there is so it is before the court. So there is some movement.
Okay, because I've been asking about it and sent two letters to the DPP. And the second one was, hey, you should know better than telling me that you don't know what's going on with the case. So I'm glad to hear that there is movement there, because I was getting ready to do a lawsuit, do a mandamus, and ask the court to take some action. It's good that that's going.
Right. So that's an update. Anyway, sorry to cut into the 4 minutes, but go ahead.
All right, we'll have 4 minutes left. So if I don't get another phone call in 1 minute, then we're going to turn it off. Oh, but then Philly will call me, so I'm going to turn it off and turn it back on. Because I don't want to disappoint Philly. No. Yeah. So people, you see, ATI is a wonderful, wonderful tool. I'm sure the government right now they're up about what we do with ATI. ATI has some information that I have some information that I'm waiting on, that people are dragging their feet on, and they know why. Because I've telegraphed to them that we're going to file another lawsuit, and this is against the Ministry of National Security. So they're dragging their feet. They sent me some information recently on monies to the consolidated fund. Herb, I have to send it to you so that you and others can take a look at it and tell me, make heads or tails out of it. They send it to me saying that this is the sum of money that they got, the supplementary budget, this is what they spent, and it looks like Greek to me. So I'm going to send it to you, and then you take a look at it. Right. I'll turn off the phone now. Philly, don't worry yourself, Philip. I'll turn on back the phone, and then you can give me a shout. All right. Isaac, you want to go ahead? We have 3 minutes. Close up for now, please.
No, so to use the 3 minutes, I say I'm shocked at the amount of people that have died between yesterday and today. It's very unusual. Just going through. So life is something given to us without knowing we are to receive it. Why spend most of it stealing and robbing and embarrassing the country? Going into February, which is Black History Month, which is Reggae Music Month, which a lot of major monumental things are happening in this month. The right to vote, the power to exercise vote, and none of the family them I met them know now send no barrel. Come down to Jamaica when them a do foolishness, because you make your bed, you must lie in it. But it is a very, very important and pivotal moment in Jamaica's history in terms of where we are heading. If what we do on these shows, on these flat platforms, have any substance, it certainly will be reflected at the end of the voting season. It will say whether or not there is impact, and for everything there is impact. So we are to expect from our leaders accountability and evidence that you are servants of the humans of the country, both in living and outside of the country. And we will continue to monitor, check, and educate the people so that they can make informed decisions. And if you think you can bribe me with KFC this year to make a sad mistake, I buy my own chicken. Those are my closing words.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That was for Herb.
I know you put it out there, so you're gonna have several takers in the chat also. Oh God. Anyway, folks, it's been a pleasure as usual sitting here and reading the commentaries, listening to my fellow panelists, and listening to the callers as well. I seriously need to examine something here. According to the JCF, 65 people were murdered in Jamaica from the 1st to the 27th of January. And this is a 20% decline compared to the same period in 2023 when 81 murders were recorded. However, this time around, the U.S. State Department has issued a travel advisory for Jamaica, warning Americans to reconsider visiting the country due to the threat of crime, violent crime, and sexual assaults. Right? Now, they did point out Jamaica has one of the highest murder rates in the world with 43.85 homicides per 100,000 people. In 2017, we know that went up to 49 per 100,000. I think we landed the second spot, if I'm not mistaken, for 2022 or 23. I don't have my stats in front of me. Maybe Mr. Rattigan can correct me. But look, if the State Department is going to play politics, and if their actions are related to the One China policy or whatever it is that they're retaliating against, to make these announcements now and to ruin Jamaica's tourism, you should have been doing this. You should have shown consistency prior to 2024. Because if last year was worse, what happened to you last year? Why you didn't say anything last year when all these killings and this violence and these rapes were going on? So if things are going down, you're kind of late to the show. We need you to get off the bench at the embassy. We need the representative of the president, who's the ambassador, who is also a Jamaican, who understands. His brother is a detective, JCF detective. So he more than anybody else, more than any other ambassador, understands exactly what's going on in the country. He understands the corruption, he understands the murders, and he understands that people are fighting over scraps, and that most of the people getting killed are in the poor districts, the underserved communities of Jamaica. And he needs to make an effort at doing some funding for programs in those areas to help stop the killings. Of course, we know that in the upper echelon areas of the country, we only see 1 or 2 murders in a blue moon, and the last one was the Silvera. And prior to that, the last one might have been the dead man inside the Prime Minister's lawyer's house, Patrick Bailey. So we need the embassy back in the fight. Since 2019, the embassy has gone silent. HSI has gone silent. DEA has gone silent. All of these people seem to be accidentally coming across finding drugs in Boscobel St. Mary at the airport, or finding drugs down at the wharf. right? Nothing happens by accident. You get tip-offs, I'm sure. You're supposed to be spending a lot of money on the CI program and getting good information from your CIs. If the JCF don't have a good CI program, I know HSI does, because I know the person who created it. So we need to get back in that fight and to help Jamaica fight the scourge of corruption and all of these violent crimes that is happening. Thank you.
All right. Look, I want to thank ISAT and her, but particularly, well, both of them, but particularly ISAT, because he, you know, he's in a travel status and he got in real late, and you know, he took the time to grace us with his presence and for a marathon session again. So just want to thank you, brethren, and enjoy your stay. Much success, much continued success. And Herb, yeah, we'll talk later. When I think you're coming back up next week, right, to visit your mom, or
yeah.
we'll make it. Say Herb's a good son, you know. Herb come up and visit your mom on a regular basis. So he's not a wayward child. So I'll hook up with you next week. But I just want to say to everyone, thank you for listening. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hearkening to the message. Thank you for correcting us. Thank you for bigging us up. You know, the travel advisory, Herb mentioned it. There's a group called the Five Eyes countries. And most people don't know this, but I'll tell you. There are 5 countries that share information with each other more than they do with any other countries or any other country in the world. The Five Eyes countries are the US, the UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. Those 5 countries share information like you wouldn't believe. They have a special relationship. You know what? They say that America doesn't have friends, only interests. These 5 countries, it's different, much different. And the US government came out with a travel advisory. Now, the Canadian government has come out with a travel advisory. I would be shocked if the UK didn't come out with one as well. But you see where this is going. And like Herb mentioned, it's not happening because of, you know, the crime rate in Jamaica, because the Jamaican government has indicated to us through statistics that murder rate declined by 7% compared to the corresponding period last year or the year before. Yeah, when they compare 2023 to 2022. And that crime across the board, I think, decreased by 22%. So there is something to talk about. The murder rate is still high, but it's 7% lower than it was in 2022. You'd think that the US government would say, okay, fine, they're trying, you know, with a buck up or a lock, or they have a good plan. Well, we know they don't have a good plan. They don't have a good plan. Let's just be clear about that. But that would be something that they would say, okay, all right, fine. You know, we see some improvement. But instead, they came out and, I mean, it was a devastating blow, and still is, to Jamaica. Them lick Jamaican at the short ribs. Jamaica buckle right now, because they're saying, and those 2 countries, they said the majority of the tourists coming to Jamaica come from Canada and the US. And they're telling their folks, don't go. And by extension, they're telling the world, don't go. And so the question is, why? It can't be. They're saying it's crime and it's the health situation, but it's always been that way. So I know, folks, believe me when I tell you, it's China. As former President Trump would say, China, right? That's it. The one China policy, it's going to kill us. This is high season in Jamaica. High season for tourists and for Jamaicans, as they say, locals, right? This is when people show up. This is when you can charge, the most money for a room, food price, and all. This is when you can really make a killing. You know why? Because it's cold in most of those two countries. It's cold. And people looking for a warm place to go. And they're looking for a warm place that's not too far. So they're not going to fly to Seychelles, for example. Seychelles is nice, but it's too far away. They jump on a plane and in 3 to 4 hours they're in Jamaica, right? And this is what's happening to Jamaica. And it's happening because we have poor, incompetent leadership. We have people who have become intoxicated with power. And they feel like they know it all and they don't want to hear from anyone. They don't want to look, them gonna get in a fight between two superpowers. Right? And while they're doing that, Jamaica is giving away Jamaica to the Chinese, essentially. So where do we stand as Jamaicans, in Jamaica and outside of Jamaica? Where do we stand?
Knock on 784 acres of land.
Which was just given away. Right? So that's why we cannot rest on our laurels in Miami. We can't say, well, Miami, they heard us, and so some things, we see them moving. In fact, we now see the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade more active than we've ever seen it. And it's because of what we're doing as a coalition in the diaspora. We have them on them toes. And just think about it. If Magnitsky can come in now on top of what's going on with the US, if the US say, yeah, you know what? Okay, we don't want to play another big boys game. All right, fine. We're going to take some amount of visa. We're going to say, if that ever happens, Jamaica going to change. Trust me. It's going to change. The leadership going to change. And the policies will change. We can't even handle Haiti. Haiti, they're right next to us. And we can't deal with Haiti, but we want to deal with the Taiwan, China, US issue. We can't deal with Venezuela and Guyana, but we want to go get involved in the big boys and game. No. Keep your focus on your people and on the issues. Don't get drawn into some of these issues because I know your business. You know what I'm saying? Or the saying go bag enough, open it, something like that. And yours, leave the people and let them deal with them issues. Then we'll work it out. You don't want to get hurt in the process. But they won't listen to me. They won't. And that's fine. So you can't hear, you won't feel. And we won't stop because we're not doing it for geopolitical reasons. We're doing it for poor people reasons. We're doing it so that we can get the resources to poor people. We can provide them with opportunities for a brighter day. If not for them, for their children or their grandchildren. That's what we're fighting for. Give the people what they are due. As long as you do that, there's no need for us. We'll continue to support Jamaica. We'll come back and we'll just be a regular Jamaican, regular in the sense that nobody don't know who we are. We just come in and we just do a thing and that's it. We invest in all of that. But until then, we can't do it. So somebody mentioned too, I think it was Isaac, Luther Continua. In fact, your father have an album. I think he have an album called Luther Continua. The struggle continues. And it will until we get justice for poor people. So until tomorrow, folks, take care of yourself. Thanks for tuning in. Be well. Isaac, get some rest, brethren. We'll talk soon.
Definitely. Herb. You go.
We'll talk tomorrow.
All right.
Be good.
Yes, sir.